All right, and we are live. Scuffed Streamer fixes Scuffed Stream. We are here with a couple awesome members of Team Ascent. Guys, give yourselves a shout out. What's going on? Dude, it's been a minute. I've been so crazy busy. I feel like I haven't got the awesome opportunity to chat with you guys. How's life? Oh, there you go. So I gotta make sure you guys are on the correct. We can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead and give me an audio check from you guys. Start talking and don't stop talking. You can stop talking for a second. I gotta figure out what's going on. It doesn't seem like. Oh, there we go. All right, go ahead and give us a talk again.
Talking again.
There we go. Now we got you. We got you in here. Guys, this is what happens when I come home from work. I sprint to my basement and I set up a live stream. All right, we are in this. Dude, it's crazy. We're in this Bolton game. Dash has a little bit of tempo. So we got Dash, we got Bolton. What are you guys expecting here? Teklo core popping. Last little bit of resource we'll see off that. What are you guys expecting from this Dash turn that we're staring down?
Probably not another high octane because he played one and boosted another this game.
Yeah, he boosted the other one. He did save his last card for his arsenal, so I'm not sure exactly what's going to be in there.
Ooh, that's kind of spicy. The secret arsenal target. It could be anything. It could even be a boat. Teklo plasma pistol coming in right now. The very efficient pistol weapon. Induction chamber to get that go again. Bolton behind. Are you guys pretty avid Bolton players? Does anybody really want to be behind here on Bolton?
Bolton's going to fall behind because he has to do quite a bit of blocking, searching for the cards he needs. With him being on Raiden, though, you're normally wanting to do a couple, 1 to 2 to 3 card blocks, throw an attack, and swing the sword.
Oh, okay.
And we're not seeing that, so he's just completely losing tempo.
All right, well, here comes Combustible Courier coming down. If this hits, the next attack you boost gets +3, so you think there's another boost attack coming through, and this feels like something you gotta block if you're Bolton.
The one good on hit in all of Dash.
Well, the one good on hit is coming through,
High speed impact is not bad. Giving your next attack dominate.
Yeah, but there's no on hits to give dominate to, so it's just like more just raw damage.
Oh, you got to follow up with like Combustible Courier.
Yeah, that's true.
The best on-hit in Dash.
Well, you guys, another boost card.
This is the on-hits are coming, and we see the equipment block coming here, and I think this makes the most sense. I think this was my prediction, was seeing some equipment block here, knowing it was still over there on the side of Bolton. Bolton keeping 4 cards, and there it is. Okay, so a little bit of a psych out here. A teeny bit of a psych out, the Combustible Courier into the no boost attack, make it feel like a must block, and then throw the Command and Conquer for the psych, but into an empty arsenal.
This would not have sideboarded this card in if he thought his opponent was going to be on aggro. Which, to be fair, I think it makes more sense for Bolton to be TK defensive into Dash, but that's not what his opponent chose to do.
Okay.
So Art of War is not going to be as good here.
All right, we're seeing a pretty efficient turn. Lay down Energy Pot. Bolton's pretty happy with that, and then go to pass, sitting on that Tunic counter. 5-card hand. If you're Bolton, you got to take tempo back sooner or later, right? Like, sooner or later, you got to take some damage and try to take over this game.
Yeah. To counter what he said, I'm pretty sure he brought the Command and Conquer in with Bolton. If he is Sabers, you have to just keep that arsenal out. You can't let him hold. You can't let him hold the Lumina there forever.
That totally makes sense. That makes sense. I can be down with that. I don't like when my opponent sits there and just threatens Lumina turn after turn after turn, and it's up to me to hold him down. I'm not a fan of that. I am working on my... Go ahead. Bolton, you guys talk about this game. I'm working on my audio. You guys talk about it.
Yeah. No, just
carry the stream for like 5 minutes.
One of the best use cases for CNC. Just so good, especially when you can catch them having blocked a bit, and then you present it at the end of the turn. Unfortunately, on that turn, Chris wasn't able to push a ton of damage. so his opponent still had all, and plus he didn't have the arsenal at that point anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Bolton's still just trying to fatigue. Like the only turn that he really pushed damage was the turn that Chris didn't really attack him, so he didn't have to block with his cards.
All right, guys, what did I miss? Fill me in.
I'm not really liking just the throw in the T-bones unless he's got another 1 or 2 or something good to follow it up with, because he just has the Snapdragon. So
Oh.
he doesn't really get any benefit from this other than it's a boostable attack.
Nick,
It's a
you
boost.
play a lot of Dash. Do you think that Chris's deck size is important here?
What are we down to in deck size? I don't even know. I'm assuming he's boosted. We should probably be around what? High 20s, low 30 cards in there right now?
I haven't really tried to track it. I'm just wondering, like, in this matchup, do you think that Bolton fatiguing Dash is something that
We're at
Chris is going
31
to be worried
cards.
about?
Okay. So yeah. I think it's a possibility with him getting the items. That's a much better thing to see. I think the Bolton player not having seen a single defensive reaction, the fatigue is going to cost Bolton just as much as it's costing us. And those gunshots are going to take more cards away from him. And seeing Chris prioritize multiple gunshots in a turn is pretty good for keeping both players lower on cards.
Yeah, he's starting to get more conservative as the game goes on. The more his opponent is just like blocking out. Because in those first couple turns, he was activating Teklo Foundry and like boosting a lot, and that can definitely get you behind in the card equity race.
Yeah.
So as he
But
falls behind in this card equity race, do you think there comes a point where he can't pivot anymore and he just must go for it?
Where Chris must just go balls to the walls.
Yeah,
Is that what
and
you're
just
saying? Or
yes, and just can't pivot into the pistol mode where he's just trying to be efficient with those cards. Does there come a point where you can't do that any longer?
I mean, unless he sees another couple of pistol items, which not sure if he brought those in or he's running them at this point, you really can't go into pistol doing 2 pistol shots a turn. You're going to fall behind unless you can get your opponent to around 10 life.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we're going for it here. We took the damage using that life total as a resource, and we kept the big hand. Here comes that first things first, fire that pistol, getting the blocks out. And you did mention it. These pistol shots are efficient right here, right? They are getting cards.
Yeah, I think he needs to make sure to be doing 2 pistol shots a turn because those are going to get the cards. And his opponent's just blocking out with them. I
Right.
think the one thing he needs to make sure to do, though, is to save those T-bones for when he can get multiple uses out of them.
Okay.
Otherwise, throwing the first one is really not doing anything. If you can get that second one, though, you're taking out one of those armor pieces.
Gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense. You definitely want to take out an armor piece. What armor piece are you targeting? If you can get off that second T-bone, what are you trying to get rid of? I'm assuming it's Tunic here?
So you don't get to choose, unfortunately. The blocking his opponent's going to do is going to be will be the boost into the helm, because even if it has already got 1 counter or only has 1 or has 2 on it and has the 2, you can still block with it.
Sure.
It's that 3rd and 4th one that can take out the Brave Forge bracers and take out the second block on that, and you take out the tunic.
Okay.
Unfortunately, none of the Bolton armor really goes away after blocking other than that tunic.
Right. Still playing with the audio as we get a late start set up here for the first game. Let's see. Are you guys still able to hear me?
I
Yes.
can hear you.
Perfect.
I would say this game is looking pretty good for Chris. I don't think
Yeah, I
we're.
mean, he got 5 damage through that turn and ended the turn with an arsenal.
Yeah. The Teklo Pounder does a lot of work to kind of just push a little bit too much damage for the opponent to block out.
Hello. All right. Yeah, it does look like this Bolton player is falling behind a little bit. We do see a Bolting Blade block on the pistol coming through here. 3-card hand. You guys mentioned it before. I'm still trying to get your audio through to make sure, again, we got kind of the first test game here, unfortunately, for Chris. But this Teklo Pounder you guys mentioned has the opportunity to really do work out here. This item can start pushing through some serious damage, and Goliath Gauntlet's still unbroken. Oh. Right. Now you could be operating with more information. So we'll see what they... The good part about this league is they have that all handled, so we'll see how that how this shakes out. And this is a great time for us to continue to set up the audio, because I ended work and ran right to your guys' first game, because I couldn't get out of work early and also couldn't wait to watch you guys jam some FaB. Yeah, that would be insane. I mean, but if that's the rule, that's the rule. Them's the breaks, as they say, right?
Chamber's pretty huge here. This is going to be presenting a lot wider turns and more free damage from Chris that the opponent has to like inefficiently block with maybe a 3 block into 2 damage more and more. It's the kind of playing the second chamber where if Chris didn't have as much of a life lead, it wouldn't be as strong. But since he does have a life lead, it's going to apply a lot of pressure.
Okay, we got you guys back. We're set up. We're resolving what looks to be like a difference in card draw the guys were talking about. Guys, you guys were off air on stream, but we got you back. Welcome back. Things are hype again. And why doesn't someone explain the situation? Nick, why don't you explain the situation to me? What's going on the table right here?
I think they're trying to figure out what to do here. Chris accidentally drew an extra card. As Easton said, it's more muscle memory because you keep a card in hand, you hit that 4 at the end of turn on this.
Okay.
And not realizing it. So I'm wondering if they're going to do casual, just have him put 1 back, but then he's working with the extra information, or if they'll just do tournament policy where his opponent gets to pick a card from hand and put it back on top or bottom, his choice.
That is interesting. And unlike Paper Flesh and Blood, right? You can't just keep the cards face down and say you didn't see any of them. And it looks like they are just going to put the card back on top. They're saying, this is fine. There's an opportunity. Maybe they showed that card to the opponent, so they're both working with the same amount of information. I'm not sure what the resolution that there was as far as the details, but we know that it ended up with them putting the card back on top. And Nick, you pointed out, you just called it, man, the muscle memory. When I play TTS, I do this with Dennis all the time. I constantly am drawing 4 cards with 1 left in hand. I thought it was just me, but now I feel at least I'm amongst friends.
Yeah, I think they're... What are they doing here?
I'm not sure. They just took 5 cards off the top. They're shuffling them, and they're
Okay,
putting
they're
them
just randomizing the top 5 cards, so
Interesting.
they don't know where that's at.
randomizing the top 5 cards to avoid messing with the pitch stack, but also ruining or also hiding the card, right?
Yeah,
So-
it certainly works. That way he won't know guaranteed boost type of information, stuff like that, to play with extra knowledge at that point.
And that's something I didn't even think of. The knowledge of boost in this hero specifically is pretty important. Ooh, the ever important take flight. Speaking of importance, pretty awesome to have a take flight there for our opponent. But we see a beacon of victory thrown into Soul. I'd be surprised if we don't see our Dash player take this. Chris is taking this damage this turn, right? Lumina Ascension. That's a scary Lumina Ascension.
I say this will be 2 attacks, which is going to be a 4 and a 4.
So a possible 10 life swing if he takes both, and then both triggers gain a life.
Notably, there's really no way for Skullcap to be helpful here for these breakpoints because he could take 4 to be exactly 19 life.
He takes the first 4, and then his opponent gains a life off the trigger to put him at 20. Therefore,
good
he
point.
can use Skullcap for the second.
Guys,
point,
that
good
is huge brain right there.
Yeah, so that means that he'll be able to 3 block plus Skullcap the second one, assuming that the opponent actually hits off the gain life.
Yeah. The opponent
True.
should have, it looks like he's blocking it. The opponent should have plenty of cards in Soul that blocking will not stop the extra attacks. But it looks like
Yes.
we're fully blocking the first 4.
All right, we are going to use the floating research.
Brave
to
Force
trigger-
Bracers cannot work because he has to hit with the weapon first.
Right. So I wonder
So
if they know that.
should not deal an extra damage here.
Yeah, so it should be coming in for 4. But notably, if the Brave Forge Bracer, it looks like they're sticking with the Brave Forge Bracer, because if you notice, our Dash player took Teklo Core or Teklo Foundry Your Heart down from the combat chain, so I'm assuming they closed the chain somewhere on there. And if we notice, Brave Forge Bracer is an action, so it would seem like they did close the chain there.
Yeah, and it's only if a weapon has hit this turn.
Yep.
So, I mean, he fully blocked it. He took the turn off to fully block this out. He should
But
keep a blue in hand just to load up and be able to take a shot or two.
and that's what I'm
which is
thinking.
exactly what I'm assuming.
Yep, even when Dash takes the turn off, man, she doesn't have to take the turn off. As long as she keeps that blue, she can load up, she can shoot. There's some versatility there. And the life total's looking a lot closer.
Knowing how Chris plays, this should only be a single shot with a full reload on all 3 items.
Wow. If you just called that out of the blue before it happened, that's pretty impressive. Hold on. How well? Let's play Do You Know Your Teammates? The Ascent guys, do you know your teammates?
Oh, he is shooting again. Wow.
Oh,
I think he's wanting to get some cards out, knowing his opponent's blocking, but that's interesting.
wow.
Okay.
His opponent
He-
blocked with 2 armor pieces.
2 armor pieces, wanting to keep those last 3 hands, presumably a take flight and a charge card in hand, is what I'm assuming. If you're trying to keep all 3 of those, that's what I'm guessing you're going to see here, is a take flight and something to charge and then a raid and swing. What do you guys think about that? Oh, wait.
More than likely, yeah. I think we're
You didn't have to because there's a 2 to counter, but CNC coming down, coming after that Arsenal target. Guys, the hit effects in this the second half of this game getting relevant. No buff on the CNC, naked CNC coming down. Kept a card for Arsenal, so Bolton will have an Arsenal target. What's worth more, the 6 life in the card or the 2 cards? Kind of put to a decision point here.
it really depends how good that card is.
Teal Water, blind. You have no idea what's in Arsenal, no idea what's in hand. What are you doing here?
Block with 2 cards.
Block
I
with
think you,
your-
I think you go block with 2 cards, and then you go attack you with a bunch, and then end your turn with counters on. So the reason why this CNC is pretty good here is because Chris has been trying to set up a big turn for a while now.
Right.
And so he's gotten his items out. He has his arsenal. Seemingly, there's something valuable in that arsenal that he wants to have for a big turn. So to present that means you basically stall Dash for 1 more turn in getting to that point. But if he's able to keep 2 blues here, he can keep the pressure and get the counters on. So Chris isn't going to really mind blocking with 2 cards. taking this turn to push a little damage, get the counters on all of his items, and then try to go for the big turn next turn. I think he's pretty happy with that. That's why I think the 2 blocks from hand makes sense.
All right, so we do see the blue pitch 0 to 60 come out, and we see Goliath Gauntlet right now, and it's our own Command and Conquer.
Nice.
Wow, Command and Conquer play instantly. Opponent instantly dumps the hand. That has to mean that we are staring at Lumina Ascension in Arsenal, I think is fair. Wow, that was a psych out play for all of us. I did not see that one coming.
I think it's Lumina Ascension number 3, if it is that, right? I think he blocked with 1 earlier. Is that correct?
I believe he blocked with 1, and I believe he played 1. So I know you got to hold on to that last Lumina Ascension. Decks are getting thin. Dash is looking to possibly have to pivot into that pistol mode now that we were talking about. Let's get a deck count real quick. 20 cards left in Dash, 19 cards left in Bolton. So Dash a little bit ahead on card equity here.
That pistol does work for your cards.
That pistol does do work. What a freaking piece of equipment. What a weapon. What a weapon, dude. What a weapon. There's a Beacon of Victory block. You love to see Bolton coming out in events like this. Bolton's such a cool hero to see thrown down. And Dash 2. I mean, 2 kind of what people would consider off-meta heroes. Wow. Second Teklo Pounder drop. Look at the equipment. The army of items just surrounding Chris on Dash. It's like a fortress of solitude, and he's not going anywhere without it. This is crazy. Wow, back-to-back CNCs for our Bolton player. That's a pretty good thing to set up. That's devastating. If you're the Dash player and you just set up that second Teklo Pounder, you probably don't want to see that second CNC, huh, guys?
No, it's kind of the same situation as I was saying before. The only caveat is like where is like the deck count? Because we do want to have enough like powerful red boost threats left that we actually make really good use of these Teklo Pounders and push like maximum damage.
That's exactly it.
I mean,
like
even
18?
the blue boosts though are going to be hitting for 6 to 7. That's 2 to 3 cards or 2 cards in damage, which is still going to help us fatigue the Bolton if nothing else.
Yep, and the deck counts are sitting at 18 Bolton or 18 Dash who just drew up to 19 Bolton. So again, card equity still looking like it's slightly in favor of Dash, but it is getting close.
Pretty hugely in favor at this point because this is the stage of the game where he starts attacking with pistol 3 times a turn, and you know that can help you catch up a lot in that race.
And we see no block coming down. They say, screw this max velocity. I don't need it. I'll take your CNC to the jaw. I'm keeping the rest of these cards.
Yeah, it was going to get stuck there anyway, let's be honest.
Yeah, at this point in the game, the odds are it was sitting there.
Maybe he put it there as like a bait for the CNC even. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's what Chris was thinking of, but that's a scary card to Arsenal because sometimes it just doesn't get there.
I tried my hand at Boost Dash, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys out there, I tried my hand at Boost Dash, and I fell into the Arsenal Max Velocity trap. It is just that. It is a trap. Combustible Courier coming down. Again, best hit, according to Nick, best hit effect in Dash. Right here, right in our face.
Yep, it's the best out of 2. Just kidding. There's probably some more than 2, but
all of chat.
Are you counting non-mech cards?
No, but is there just 2? There's the Dominate. There's the +3, and then is there anything else?
There's the hit. Go to the bottom of your deck.
Oh yeah. Good call. Yeah.
Did we just double Teklo Pounder this as well? I believe we may.
You have to. You don't
it's
get
a must.
It's the first card you boost on that turn.
So we got a double Teklo Pounder. So this is coming in for 8. And that means that would mean this card did hit,
7.
Correct?
It looks like it. I'd be surprised.
So 7 Dominate now with from high speed impact. And here comes the Soul Shield. Taking 1, high speed impact hitting for 1. And we're just arsenaling. No pistol fires, nothing going on. Just throw in the arsenal, go next turn. Bolton looking like he's going to draw up and pass. Guys, we're in the twilight hours of this game, and the life totals are still close. The Teklo Pounders are looking good. Nick, you made a great point. It can boost those, or it can buff those blue boost attacks that you might have left in the deck for late game, but you might be looking at whittling away with pistol here for a couple turns. What do you guys think about that?
I would say, I mean, he should be doing pistol because that's going to keep his cards in the deck.
Okay.
I'm assuming he's arsenaling because he's trying to find a good push turn again, and I think he'll do some blocking with pistol shots until he gets that good push turn to go.
All right, so it looks like we're going to play a little setup. You guys got to feel free to talk more freely. What are we doing here? Let's go. I got to hear you guys.
We're playing high octane.
We are playing.
That's
wow.
what we're doing.
We are playing high octane.
This could be big damage.
This could be big damage. This could also be big cards out of our deck in a tight race. Dare being the life totals are on the screen right there. It is 17-14. Dash at 17. Bolton at 14. Looking to close out this game. Murph pointing out high octane means this turn is just going to be absolute spice. I'm hoping we didn't high octane into a whiff. All right, zipper hit, and then there will be a boost, and that means both Teklo Pounders will trigger for +4. So zipper hit, casual zipper hit for 7. Blue. Casual blue zipper hit for 7. You love to see it. We got one pitch floating. Bolton got to make a choice here. Maybe just taking some damage. I feel like on high octane turns, you're just blocking, right?
That's what he's looking like he's going to do.
Yeah, I don't think you're committing to taking damage on high octane turns this late in the game. But again, I'm not the Bolton expert, and I don't claim to be.
I'm pretty confident that Chris is going to present more than 14 here, so there are going to be blocks for sure. And blocking now with your 3 blocks is probably better than later because you never know when the rest of Chris's turn is just going to be a bunch of pinks for 2. Using an action point to play an item.
Using an action point to get down Teklo Core, building the Fortress Day items around this dash. How do you guys how does one own enough dice to play dash efficiently? Like, how many sets of dice do you have to own to play this hero? This is insane right now. Pistol for 3, going down to 8. Bolton kind of calling Dash's bluff and saying, hey, I don't think you have it. Looks like we're loading. Pistol for 3.
Should only be pistol for 2.
Oh, yeah, you're right, 2. Great call.
I'm not sure.
I wish it was for 3. Trust me, I would take it for 3 all day long. Pistol coming in for 2. We have been prioritizing that arsenal target all game long, so that high octane turn didn't seem to be the most effective and did put us behind on cards. So the dash is now behind on cards at 10-13. Guys, what do you think about that high octane turn?
Yeah, Chris really hasn't had the big payoff turn yet. He's been doing a lot of setup, and whenever it seems like he's going to go for the big payoff turn, he ends up ending it with seemingly a little bit more setup. We don't know exactly the outlook of Chris's hand. Obviously there he had 3 blue boost cards.
Yes.
So, and we don't know what he arsenaled, but yeah.
But with your opponent at 4, you're looking to play that game where you're just trying to throw as many pistols as you can per turn to really chip away.
Yeah, well, you got to remember his opponent started that turn at 15.
Right.
So that high octane turn brought him down to 4, where now Chris is every blue, or I think it's 2 blues, is actually lethal. And with that Teklo Core, he has 3-card block and presents lethal. Single blue.
That's pretty impressive. Well, here we go. We have an engulfing light being thrown from Bolton. You may charge. I don't think the charge cost was paid. And so if it
He
hits,
charged off of the first card.
yeah,
So
off of
both
the
charge accounts, both charge costs are up.
Okay, so he did, yes, because he paid with Tunic counter. Oh my goodness.
And that arsenal has been the same one for a while, that he full blocked the CNC to keep in there, that we were estimating was Illumina. So let's see we should be able to see what that is turn.
I assume so, because remember, we are still looking at Snapdragon. Snapdragon's still on the table. I'm assuming if you're Chris, you're probably just taking this damage. You're just going to stare down this engulfing light and say, but I mean, I guess if you can't make use of the Spark of Genius, you might as well. But I guess that could have blocked the Raiden here.
Yeah, I was
tried to
gonna
banish
say,
a card from Soul.
power
but
is
can't.
not greater yet. Yeah.
Yep. But here goes the Soul Banish, and here comes Raiden for 3. Again, if you can present lethal here, you're just taking 3, you're going down to 10,
Yeah.
and you're looking to get those, start getting in with those pistols, and maybe make use of that last Teklo Pounder charge down there.
So that is not Illumina in Arsenal. So I'm really wondering what he was protecting so hard.
Yeah,
Bolton is officially in a terrible spot. This is very similar to like playing against Kodachis at 1 life.
Is it? Okay. So we got 9 to 10. The card equity, again, you guys mentioned that pistol is going to do work and catch up on card equity a little bit as these turns go on. So it looks like first pistol shot for 2, not 3. Chat has chastised me for the lack of a plasma purifier. Team Ascent has chastised me for the lack of a plasma purifier. I am now aware there is no plasma purifier. All right, we got some go again. Here comes some pitch. Looks like we're going to be loading up here. Let's get some pitch. Let's get some load. Let's throw another 2. And it feels like we might do this until the cows come home, as they say.
Yeah, we're hoping to see a big like red boost threat to end this turn.
Now you wonder if there are any left in the deck. That's the scary part. Are there red boost threats left in the deck?
Yeah, I don't know if he's like pitched any. He's definitely at his pitch deck at this point.
Well, with the Pounder, he has at least a minimum of 4, even if it's a 0 to 60 blue.
Yeah.
It's going to come over for 4. And that is going to get an armor, because then he just boosts it and grows. Okay, there's the red.
And
Nice,
it
okay,
is
cool.
red
For
0
an
to
attack
60.
for 6.
Perfect. Okay.
Verse 6. That's big. Opponent
This
at
takes
2.
2 cards.
Takes 2 cards out of their hand. I believe there's still one more pistol shot available.
Oh.
Oh,
No.
Overblast. Blue
Okay, so
Overblast.
that's going to come over for
4.
another 4.
Blue Overblast dropped out of the arsenal.
And that should get the card, plus, is he going to take 1 or 2, Nick? Okay.
I think the arsenal from Bolton is a soul shield.
Ooh. And Soul Shield.
If it was Soul Shield, he should have used it instead of giving the 2 cards on the 0 to 60.
What is
Yes.
it then?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I was
I'm
thinking the same thing,
fascinated.
and I was like, no, he should have used it right there then.
Yeah. I don't know. He started hovering over his arsenal there for a second, but I don't know.
Guys, this is crazy. We're down to the last couple cards. Bolton's got a full hand, but at 1 life, and the size of the decks here, 5 to 7. Bolton definitely falling behind on cards. This is wild. And this is the finals, guys. To see Bolton versus Dash in the finals for game 1, pretty sick. Pretty cool experience.
So we're getting the 3rd card with another shot. As long as he's got an attack there, we get all 4 cards technically. So
Anarchy pointing out about how there could be possibly be Miss Lethal. And again, we're going to see that, guys. Everyone playing in this game, while they're high-level players, they are human. Again, Top-down gaming is so much easier than behind the table, and also you're trying to prioritize cards in deck. You're trying to make sure you don't get caught by any gotchas. So while we're going to always analyze play, it doesn't do us any good to criticize play around here. Let's just enjoy what we're watching. Let's have some fun. This is just like the other night. This is good vibes only stream. Good vibes only stream. Let's go. All right, we are getting a good amount of cards. We're picking up a good amount of cards here.
So if Dash has any kind of boostable attack in his hand, he has lethal this turn because he plays that boost, even if it's only a blue, gets a card out of hand, throttles even greater because that gets card plus tunic.
Yep.
And then he takes a shot, and then he cracks his accelerators for game here to take to take an additional shot. Or
0 to 60 for 3.
He just has 2 boosts.
He just has 2 boost cards, and here comes the pistol, loading up some items. Look like we're going to try to close this bad boy out, and that'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. Dash gets there. Ascent goes up 1-0 in the opening game. Round of applause. Round of applause, guys. Great play. Well done. Good job. Did you guys expect to see Dash versus Bolton in round 1 of this bad boy?
Expected Dash because we knew it was coming. Did not. I'm not sure if Chris did his research and knew what Cody has been playing, or if that was completely out of the blue.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bolton and Dash are 2 of the best heroes that are not among the 3 obvious, number ones. I think they're in a category alongside like Lexi and Oldhim in kind of that tier 2 space. So
right.
Yeah, I think it's totally reasonable for both teams to have brought those decks, and yeah, it was fun seeing kind of an off-meta game in action. But with that, I am on next, so I'm gonna go get ready for that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, shout out Tealwater. Thank you so much for hanging out. Tealwater, good luck as you jump into this game. Let's see if we can't get Chris into this chat. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if we can find him. You guys want to reach out to him? Nick, you want to reach out to him? Let him know. Pop in. Let's hear how he's doing. Let's talk to our round 1 winner. All right, chat. We just saw Dash versus Bolton for game 1. Ascent goes up 1-0 into the finals here. What a game. I'm getting the next game information from Tealwater right now so we can move on to the next game. This has been awesome. The guys over at Hyperloops are streaming as well. If you haven't checked them out, make sure to check out the guys at Hyperloops. They're super cool people over there. Super cool team. I'm biased. I want Ascent to take the whole thing down. But, that's just me. That's just how I feel.
Did y'all like double Teklo Pounder aggro there?
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We have our Dash player, Doctor. The Doctor is in. What's going on, man? How you feeling after that win?
That was fun. That was a untested list. So we used to play a bunch of Dash, me and Stupnik actually back in RTN season. So it was sort of a modification of that. But man, Teklo Pounder is a sweet card. There's so much damage out of that to get over the parity of blocking. So.
Oh yeah. There was a couple plays I was shocked you didn't use your accelerators just to gain that extra shot to put him down quite a bit.
Yeah.
Or towards the end of the game there, instead of doing the God, I don't even know what that card is. The 4 that you did the second to last turn.
Yeah.
+1. I think the double Teklo shot may have actually presented more.
He was actually dead a turn prior if I used the boot.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about the boots there for a second.
Oh, don't worry. Chat was able to let you know. And as you'll find as you play video games or card games on the internet, chat will let you know when you miss lethal. You will never not know. But I thought that was awesome, man. It was cool to see Dash and Bolton really get a chance to shine. I got to jump in halfway through your game. I got your message. I just got home from work and jumped on and started the stream like right away. So it was completely scuffed at the very beginning. But you showed out, man. Congratulations. Are you feeling like, going up 1-0? Are you liking our chances going up 1-0?
I got confidence in the team for sure.
Yeah. So were you expecting Bolton out of him, or what were you expecting to play there?
He's played a different deck almost every week, so he's got some range.
He played Bravo Star of the Show the first week. He played Viserai, and then he played Briar.
Yeah. I was
So I
prepared
didn't
for
know if you were-
anything but a Rampart deck. Like I have sides for. I mean, you might as well just throw the match you can't win. So
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see Rampart of the Ram's Head drop down when you're playing Dash. Do you have any tech against it? Any tech against those kind of grindy control decks that you can bust out to give you a better shot? Or are you just kind of saying, I got to high roll this bad boy?
Yeah, I've played enough Rampart decks that I know, like, it doesn't matter how far you go down that rabbit hole for Dash, you just don't win that game. And so
The only way to even make it a close game is you need to have all 6 of your gun items out in like the first 4 turns, 5
Yeah.
turns.
there is actually another way, and it's sort of in this. It's the get lucky mode, and so the Teklo Pounder. If you go first, you start with the Teklo Pounder in play, and you can search up a second Teklo Pounder. They might not be able to actually keep up with that much tempo. And this is also running. I don't know if you guys got to see it, but there was a high octane Toma Findel turn in there.
They were these guys were talking about it while I was trying to set stuff up. It sounded like it was spicy.
Yeah, that turn was spicy. The other high octane turn was like horrible. It was so bad. But there was one good high octane turn. But you can go so tall with Toma Findel high octane that you might hit a maximum velocity turn, and on top of pounders, like you might have enough to like have a 10% chance, but it's real bad.
Well, we got the next game started, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pop over. There is some spice being dropped down. And you guys, wait, hold on. Guys, we have Team Ascent members in the chat that are muted. This is supposed to be a watch party. This is supposed to be hype. I'm the one doing all the talking. Why are we muted? What are we doing? Get out here.
My turn to hop in here on commentating here, Josh. I didn't want to step on East and Nick's toes by making it 3's a crowd or 4's a crowd.
Oh, you're always welcome. You can tell watching Chris play a aggro Dash that he's a control Dash player because he was certainly sitting backboard than he was going forward.
I love it when he describes his aggro game plan, getting the Bolton down to 3 cards in deck. He's like, yeah, I aggroed him out.
Well, first of all, there's no reason to throw inter-team shade quite yet. Let's not be ridiculous.
I fully welcome the shade. And, he gave me a time to put the second item down, so that's his fault that I went control.
And second of all, we're on to this next game. We're on to here.
Me and Chris have taken the same deck to a tournament, and he plays it control, and I play it aggro. Yep. With the exact same decks, the exact same list and everything.
So we've got turn 1, we've got Starvo, we've got Tealwater on Oldhim. This is going to be a hype matchup. This is Tealwater's deck, right? Tealwater's an Oldhim player. Is that correct, guys?
Yes.
He's known most on the Hometown TCG YouTube channel for his work with Icelander, but he, at his core, is just an Oldhim main.
He just loves controlling the game with as consistent a deck as possible. And
yes.
For a while, Oldhim was that deck. I will say he's very comfortable with the deck, but Bravo Star of the Show is a very tough opponent. He's got a lot of ways to push damage through. He's got a lot of really relevant on-hit effects, and it can be very difficult to fully control Bravo, so you have to go with a little bit more of a mixed game plan, which I think you'll be seeing from him today.
Well, you talked about control, and he turn 1 drops a fused Endless Winter on our Starvo's head. Control that, he said. Endless Winter fused off turn 1. And I know that's a little hyperbolic. Endless Winter fused is kind of a control card. Isn't that hilarious? It's a control card that deals 8.
Yeah. Now this is the first time this is the first time we have seen Starbro of the Show without Autumn's Touch. So
yes, this is
I'm interested
post-bans.
in seeing what type of innovations we've got going on here.
Yes, 100%. And Hyperloops is known. They're a great team. They put together some awesome decks, and they have good content. They got a good stream going on over there. If you guys are here in the stream, sound off in chat. Let us know who you want to win this game, and the answer is not Oldhim. Psych, it's always Oldhim. We want Team Ascent to take this thing down. What do you mean? Looks like Starvo is going to take this 8 damage and arsenal that card. We know what it is. We notice on the side of Oldhim, we do see Crown of Seeds, Crater Fist, Tunic, and Ironhide Legs. Guys, Crown of Seeds, when you're running Rampart, pretty standard here, even on something like Oldhim.
Oh yeah, I mean, Crown of Seeds is what makes the deck function. I don't think Oldhim would be playable if he didn't have Crown of Seeds in the deck. It's what gives it the consistency to be able to do these big haymakers. It's what gives it the blocking consistency, and it even helps with those extra breakpoints on various bits of damage. It's arguably the best equipment in Flesh and Blood that's still legal for play.
Well, it is showing out here right away. You're seeing Crown of Seeds, and it's important to note that with Crown of Seeds, Rampart, Oldhim Power, and a 3-block, Oldhim can block 7 damage, right? He can block 7 dominated damage, so it's important to note that with an Earth card, Crown of Seeds, and Rampart, we can get through 7 block on these important turns. But man, oh man, the early Terra Sunder pitch. Settle in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be here for a while. Easton pitching that Terra Sunder saying, you know what? I'm committing to the grind. And we see the first Staunch response. We do see Staunch response red in response to just an Evergreen. So if I'm on the side of Starvo, that does feel like a win for me. Oh, follow-up Entangle. So with Go Again, throwing a fused Entangle for 7. Starvo really putting his foot on the gas here. Did you guys see the follow-up attack? I thought for sure we were going to get an Icy Winter Whale, but no, we get an attack. Did you guys see that coming? I did not see that coming.
You can assume half the time he's hoping to throw a second big attack, especially when you see the defensive react. I think he's just trying to push as much damage as fast as he can against the Oldhim.
I gotcha. So that makes sense. We've got a couple people asking, are these games timed? No, they are treated like Final Table. I believe they are untimed games. This is the finals. They are untimed games, but we are expected to keep up pace of play, I believe is the rules you guys were given.
Yeah, if I'm the Oldhim, I'm happy to actually see him do that, because that means while he did still get an arsenal, he threw away his double fuse card. He threw away his pulse. Therefore, I don't have to worry as much about him having a follow-up fuse turn.
Gotcha.
The other piece of this too, like seeing Entangle is like quite information giving, that he's probably on, not a very either go tall version or maybe a little more control-y version, which I think Easton's really happy to see a card like Entangle. It's not like all fuse and big impact cards. Entangle's pretty small game, and I think Oldham's going to really just kind of eat up that small game.
Sure. And we see here Oldhim, Easton giving his opponent time to Crown of Seeds. Starvo does get a window there to Crown of Seeds, kind of filter that hand and look and see if they can roll and say Yahtzee. And it doesn't look like they can, but they are throwing that fused Entangle. Entangle, an interesting addition to this deck. Something I haven't seen a ton of, but doing some work early here. Now remember, we talked about we can block up to 7 damage with just Crown of Seeds, Rampart of the Ram's Head, 1 3-block from hand, and the reaction. So the Oldhim reaction.
So while Entangle doesn't have the most exciting on-hit effect, it is an incredibly efficient card for what it does. For just pitching a single blue card, you're coming in for 7, which I'm assuming the reason that Hyperloops included this card in the deck is to efficiently wear down some of those defense reactions, because you can't just block this with Earth React plus Shield and Crown. You actually have to expend resources.
Yes.
And the more you have these really efficient cards, the better you can win that long game of seeing who fatigues the other opponent first.
Well, we are committed to that long game, and because of that, John, you made a great point. I will be checking deck size throughout this game and just kind of seeing where our players are at. We're seeing a block with Thunderquake here, Shield, and Crown blocking for a total of 5. 1 pitch floating.
It's interesting, the long game comment, though, because I really feel like Starbo doesn't want to get in a long game battle with Oldhim. You might see some spicy tricks like Oldhim ice reacting and forcing the blow up of the Crown and Shield.
Yep.
Double Earth Ice React Wombo combo.
You just see the pulse pitched for the double Earth Ice React. You are correct. And here comes Naked Hammer. I'm surprised if Starvo blocks this. I'm assuming Starvo wants to, more so than Oldhim, use his life as a resource and really get on the front foot here. But the problem is, this is the post-ban meta, so any damage taken cannot be made up with the instant catch-up mechanic that was Awakening. So even though we want to use our life total as a resource from the Starvo side of things, you have to be more careful about it now. You can't just willy-nilly take a bunch of damage.
Yeah,
That's a lot of blue pummels being pitched.
That is a lot of blue pummel being pitched.
That last exchange, I think, was really instructive. He came in with a 7-power attack, and Easton was able to fully block it out and force him to put a card on the top of his deck with only expending 1 card from his hand. Everything else was a pitch effect.
Yep, and that's, I think, that's a theme we're going to see, John, over and over again. We're already seeing the deck total go in favor of the Oldhim, 52 to 58, but it's early. And again, both players going to make efficient use of this equipment, this Rampart, this Crown of Seeds, and Starvo, more than anyone else, man, just loves taking a 2-block from hand and turning it into 2-block on board. It's fascinating how well and efficiently this deck can make that happen. So we are seeing this is cream of the crop.
Watch Easton play these Guardian Mirrors, because just like every play he makes is so efficient.
Every play he makes is so efficient, and every play he makes is like so well thought out and happens like this. It blows my mind. It's like the snap of it. I did one of his games earlier, and it was a Guardian game that I almost couldn't keep up with as a commentator. And that's how you know Guardian players know what they're doing. So we do see break ground here. I'm pretty sure Easton's got to be pretty happy. I don't think this was Starvo fused. That's correct, right?
Correct.
No Starvo activation. So we're just seeing a naked break ground for 7 here.
Yeah, it's once again 1 card pitching for 7 damage.
Yep. It's filling in the gap where Autumn's Touch is left out, except Autumn's Touch has that awesome little attribute to the card that says block for 3. That awesome little tidbit on that card that says, you know what, we block for 3. So I'd be surprised. We're definitely not going to see an ice react here, I can't imagine, as putting a card back on top and giving the Starvo player the choice doesn't really do anything, but seeing Earth react and blocking the entire slew of damage coming through definitely is efficient. Only exchanging, it's a 1-for-1 card exchange. Go back in the deck, keeping 2, being able to throw Icy Hammer back has got to feel good. And this just leans into the fact that Easton is just the man when it comes to these Guardian Mirrors and this Oldhim deck. If Prism wasn't a thing, can we just say he would be like the happiest person alive? Is that fair?
I think it's pretty safe to say that he would be on Oldhim in every event ever, everywhere, if Prism wasn't a deck, especially now that Viserai is gone. Viserai was a rough matchup for Oldhim as well. You had to really contort the deck in pretty unnatural ways. Ooh, we got a...
you did, but we got Yahtzee
here.
Oh, we got an
Into
Oaken
a
Old
Oaken Old.
Yahtzee. Wow. Okay. Taking damage to throw the Yahtzee Oaken Old. We rolled the dice. We win. Jackpot. Ding, 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 ding. Here comes Crown of Seeds, so that is not a staunch response in Arsenal, I think it's safe to say. Dude, it is dropping down. Crown of Seeds, off Tunic, so a 5-card hand here, but it is dominated. Dominated Oaken Old. And if you can't full block this, you're just thinking, I'm going to block as much of it as possible. I'm playing for the long game. I want to take as little game as possible. I don't want to make myself vulnerable to the Starvo going back to back to back with dominated crush effects or dominated hit effects and getting my life total low. How much can I efficiently block? And this is where it feels good to have a big defense reaction in hand. You're definitely wanting to see something like Staunch.
Now, one thing to keep in mind about Oakenold is this effect is not as big of a deal as Crippling Crush, because the cards that are removed from your hand actually do go to the bottom of your deck. So even though it will definitely have an impact on how much Easton can present back in terms of pressure, as well as how much damage he takes, of course, it's not the worst effect to get hit by compared to a lot of other decks.
100%. That is a great point. Actually, I had this conversation with someone the other day where in these grindy games, Oaken Old has damage value, but it doesn't really pressure you on the card front. And there's that red Staunch response and the Oldhim activation, meaning we're expending one card to full cover this damage, expending 2 cards, taking 1, getting an Oaken Old out of our opponent's deck. Gosh, that is wild. What a turn. This deck blocks so efficiently. If any of you know a guy who used to be running this channel with me, good friend, member of Team Hometown TCG Ascent, John, not Cyadek John, Wood John, loves Oldhim, wanted to play Oldhim, and I kept telling him that the only people that play Oldhim are people that like to watch other people suffer, because playing against Oldhim is horrible and it feels bad. And when the players are as good as these Ascent players are on Oldhim, it's just terrible. It feels like you're just running your head into a brick wall for hours.
See, you say that. Even playing as Oldhim, Easton has said how bad it is to play as the deck. He's even numerous times, I think one of my favorite things I've ever heard him say is he literally cannot swing the hammer and attack people because it takes them too long to figure out how to block, and if they can block, that it guarantees to go to time.
Yeah, he also said that about Endless Winter. It was hilarious. He said that it takes his opponent 5 minutes to block an Endless Winter, so he had cut them during one season because he didn't have time on the clock.
I am that opponent, and I feel like chat can relate to that statement. I feel like chat is that opponent. We've been there. We understand that Endless Winter is staring you down, and you're like, I don't want to take 8, but I feel like I need to. No calculus.
He also said it wasn't unreasonable to take that long. That's got to be one of the hardest cards to calculate a block on. It breaks your brain about 5 times.
It definitely feels like it does, and we're getting a weird. So Starvo dig. You saw Oakenold go to the bottom. He pitched to throw Oakenold, or he pitched Oakenold to throw his arsenal to the bottom to try to dig up a trigger for Crown of Seeds and a Starvo activation. Icy Whale here. Is this no defense on the Icy Winter Whale? Does Tealwater smell a blink play here? Does he smell it out?
So normally it sure looks like blink, but I'm skeptical they're running blink in their deck. Because I think they knew they were playing against Oldhim this week, and blink is not an Oldhim card. So I suspect this is actually an Oakenold or something bigger. Endless Winter? Oh, there it is.
You look correct. It is an Oakenold. It looks unfused, though.
All right. Money on the pummel.
Yeah, it's got to be pummel. That's the only thing that makes sense here.
Like, I mean, we've already seen 2 blue pitched. Which one's
this
the
is 100% a pummel. This is the only way it makes sense.
If this isn't a pummel, you guys saw me taste a Flesh and Blood card at 300 viewers. If this isn't a pummel, this will be the most surprising thing that's happened in my week. For sure. This is 100% a pummel. Chad, if you don't think this is a pummel, place your bets now, because I bet you're wrong. And I think everybody knows. You've been in this opponent's seat. You've been in this Starvo seat where you're like, you're not fooling me. I know you're going to pummel me. There's just nothing I can do about it.
It's so funny when you play with the same people a lot, because you'll really get a sense of when they have it and when they don't. And when I play decks with pummel in them, the team is always just like, oh, well, I'm getting pummeled this turn. And I'm like, how do you know? You shouldn't know.
Same with Razor Reflex for you.
I know.
Big friend of the channel, family member of the channel, Hometown TCG Dennis, is notorious for leaving 2 pitch floating, 1 card in hand, and just staring at me and smiling. And here comes a staunch response of our own. Staunch response of our own from the Starvo side of things, kind of negating the pummel. Efficiently negating the pummel. Is that the first we've seen of staunch response? Tealwater wouldn't have known that was in the deck until right now. Go to Arsenal. Let's get a card count, guys. Let's see where we sit. Oh, I hit the button. Let's get dizzy while I spin the tabletop here. Let's get a card count. We're looking at 49 on the side of Starvo and 50 on the side of Oldhim. This card count going to get more and more important the longer this game goes. Both players playing at a good pace here. Chris, is the doctor still in? Are you still here?
I am. I just saw him pitch a perfect Starvo activation there of note for that play too.
That is pretty sweet. So not only did he negate all the damage, he set himself up for that late game. But I do want to point out, there is a skill being emphasized here that you, more than anyone, will know about. Do you notice how at the end of turn, both players are drawing 4 cards? Now that, my friend, is just a sick play. You've got to know all about that. Explain to us about how, when on TTS, you make sure you draw 4 cards as this Righteous Cleansing comes through.
Talk about bait and switch there. I thought I needed commentary. It's just, you know.
I was actually just about to mention Righteous Cleansing here. This card is really good for messing up pitch stacks in the late game, while also being a hyper efficient threat as far as how much damage it presents for the amount of pitch you have to spend. It's not quite Crippling Crush level good, but it's the next best thing.
And it does reward, or it does harder punish decks who play more copies of the same card. So if you can hit multiple pitches of the same card off one of these attacks, you can banish and kind of get more targets out of your opponent's deck. It was really bad against Chain, though. And it looks like we're blocking for 3, 6, 7, 8. 8 block, 2 leak through. That's a very efficient Righteous Cleansing. If you're Oldhim, you're happy with that play. Chat saying Starvo setting up the slot machine. Naked Winter's Wail. 2 cards can full block this without expending a single card, right? With Crown of Seeds, Rampart, and Oldhim Earth activation, you can efficiently do that. However, do you want to give your opponent the opportunity to look at Starvo for free? This is where I know I'm not a good enough Guardian player. This is where I'm going to lean on you guys. Is it beneficial often to take this damage if you can throw something back like an Endless Winter? So it looks like Teal Water will be taking the damage. Damage coming down, taking 4. Life total's 5 apart. Ooh! The Go Again Enlightened Strike tech out of nowhere. Enlightened Strike for 5 with Go Again.
Yeah, so I think if you have a card like Enlightened Strike or you have a Pummel or like another Righteous Cleansing, you take the damage there. But if you don't have a way that you think you're going to push damage, you block.
Chat is saying, John Sidak pulling double duty in YouTube chat, in Discord, Hometown TCG Discord chat, and throwing comments. He's saying, this is go wide Oldhim. You'll love to see it. You also love to see the members of Team Ascent pulling double chat duty right now. Double chat duty. You guys are crushing it in every way possible.
I just don't like talking over my teammates, but I have too much to say, so...
Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but I talk a lot. Welcome to the channel. I talk a lot. This isn't new. So you can always feel free to talk over me, and I will try to yield to you anytime I hear your voice. But as the play changes, I might shout just because I get hype. I can't help myself. The staunch... Okay, we're getting staunch response?
Well, that's value if I've ever seen value before.
Is value if I've ever seen value before.
Okay, there we go.
Here comes the Pummel. Pummel coming down. Not letting him keep that card, giving the Frostbite. And I believe that's more about not letting our opponent keep that card than it is about giving the Frostbite and the little bit of damage that pushes through.
What a good read on Mattin's part to know that that was definitely a Pummel. I mean, it was probably a Pummel, but
that was a good read.
Spending the staunch response there, when in theory it might not be a Pummel there, is pretty good. Big props to him.
Dude, big props. And we see the Grandeur getting pitched. I saw this in Teal Water's deck last time. Seeing this card get run makes my heart happy. And no, not heart like Heart of Findel, but the Grandeur of Valhai. I have never had to say the name of this card out loud because no one's ever freaking played it. And we've got an Endless Winter coming down off the Grandeur. It is fused. Now we have to do Endless Winter math. Who knows finite calculus fast enough? Are we blocking this card? I hate blocking this card. Teal Water is just correct. I can't stand... Chat, let me know if you can't stand blocking this card. Look at this brick of text. Look at this absolute just block of text that we're staring at. Starvo going down to 14. We have to see a Starvo activation here. If you're going to 14 on Starvo, you're showing us an activation here, correct?
You would hope so. Also, I also don't know how to pronounce the gem name because I just call it the Guardian Shard.
Oh my gosh. That's it. It's the Shard of Anothos. It's the... All right, so we have a fusion. We have Channel Lake Frigid and Pulse of Candlehold. That Pulse in hand, important. Starvo definitely going to be looking to hold onto that Pulse and get some tempo back here. I don't know if the players are still counting out damage for Endless Winter. It does look like
they're not. They just forgot to move it.
Okay. It does look like both players have 4 cards in hand, so we're not stopping for that. If Chris is still here.
Oh, there's extra.
It's the text for every time you activate.
Whenever they activate an ability, they create a frostbite, but Starvo's a triggered ability at the start
Right,
of
that
the
is
turn,
correct.
so,
He is not a activated ability. Crown.
So they
Oh.
just left it out there because it hit. So it
Crown
had
wood or
relevant
tunic
text.
wood or something along those lines.
Oh my gosh, you hate to see it.
If you wanted to like Crown of Seeds, if you wanted to fish, the Crown would have given him a frostbite.
Sure. And this is a Starvoed Crippling Crush, and as Rooks pointed out earlier, Crippling Crush is the important run, right? It's the hit effect that does make you discard cards, and in a game of card equity, this hit effect and this crush effect matters far more than that of Oak and Old, because these cards do not come back to you. They're not recycled for the long game. They are gone.
I will say, with the amount of pressure that Easton has been presenting in that match, we might not even see Starvo's pitch stack at this point. Or he's going to have to switch into blocking mode to make this happen. A lot of it depends on if he has a good defense reaction that lines up with his Crippling Crush. Because if he doesn't, it's definitely a good way for Manton to get the tempo back.
It is, and we are looking at a life total of 14 to 29. It's a 15 life total difference, but a 13 dominate Crippling Crush will make up for that difference rather quickly. And as we were just discussing, it's important for chat to know this is not an activated ability, right? This is just a start of turn trigger, just like your Tunic, so you don't get the opportunity to respond to it, and it won't trigger something like Endless Winter is the Bravo star of the show activation here. It kind of feels bad. Often I want to react to that. Do you guys find yourself, especially when Starvo was first dropped, did you guys find yourself wanting to react to that more often than not?
I mean, as a Prism player, you want to react to that to drop a Arclight sentence, but you just can't.
You just cannot. Chat saying Bravo looking like a snack in the Crippling Crush art. What happened to the box break video? It'll be back up on Friday. Crippling Crush coming down. We're blocking for 2, 5, 6, 7. Blocking for 7 out of 13. If we're not going to stop the crush effect. Blocking for 9 out of 13.
We're going to see an Earth defense reaction for the
Earth
last
defense
bit.
reaction. And there's the Earth defense reaction to trigger Oldhim. And how much do we block? We only take 3, so we block 10 of the 13 on a Dominate Crippling Crush, although we do have to give up a couple pieces of equipment here. We give up Ironhide legs, and we get a counter on the Crater Fist.
That should have been an 11 block. He took 2.
Did he? Okay, I thought he took 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You're correct. Why do I question the Ascent guys? Endless Winter again.
Jim's so good.
Yeah, that gem. Oh, that was the MVP right there. And that's why
Endless
the
Winter
gem is so much better in Oldhim than it is in Bravo. Either flavor of Bravo. Oldhim just has more 4-power attacks that Seismic Surge is so relevant against.
Yeah, 4 cost.
4 cost. Yep.
Endless Winter dropping onto the table unfused, but 4/8. Wow. This the value, the insane value.
Yeah,
you'd think getting Crippling Crushed off a Starvo activation would be enough to take the tempo back, but it sure looks like he's going to need to block here.
Right? Like, not only he has to block, so like the armor value and the fact that the Seismic Surge was there was just so worth it because you just stay in the driver's seat as Oldhim, right? You're just like, this is sweet.
It does.
And
it feels like you get to remain the aggressor.
Hurt. If you don't fuse it, it doesn't hurt that badly, because the only fuse says is he gets a frostbite for every card he blocks from. And when your opponent throws 3 cards to block, it's not like they're taking a turn anyway.
Right, they're kind of committing to taking the turn off and mitigating that damage. Staunch response pitch here. Double blue staunch response. Oak and Old, 1 float. However, one float, but however, let's take a peek at the top of the screen. And what do we see?
Don't give away my secrets of how I pummel people and how my opponents always know I have pummel.
Vindel's Spring Tunic available. 1 float is this staunch response So far, our Stover player has been able to line up staunch responses with pummels. Can they do it again? Can they go 3 for 3? Yeah, it would be 3 for 3, wouldn't it?
It would.
Can they go 3 for 3? I feel like I need like a drum roll Twitch sound. You guys can't see, but I'm doing the drum roll.
Soundboard is the next hometown TCG investment.
Oh, no.
One thing to note is that that play is probably the best play no matter what that last card is. Because if it's any ice or earth card or anything like that, he might just be threatening the pummeled arsenal because 2 staunch responses aren't going to do anything. So that might just be his best play anyway. It's just attack for 7.
That might be. And it's one of those things, you see the opponent not react. There's an argument to just arsenal the pummel here, deal your 6, and be able to come back over the top. But the question is, if they don't block with a card from hand, you're assuming their Starvo activation. Can the pummel disrupt that? Right? Is it important? Are you at an important junction of the game where you want to disrupt that Starvo activation? That's the question. And I think the opponent's still deciding how they want to block here.
I think it is pretty unlikely that they started with a defense reaction in hand and a Starvo activation because they use their crown affirmatively here, which means they're digging for something, be it their last elemental card to know if they're blocking at all, or if it's for the defense reaction to more adequately protect against the pummel here.
So we are seeing Crippling Crush down. We do see, to activate Crown, we don't see a Tunic trigger, but we do see the Evergreen pitch. That means there is 1 pitch floating. And the no block with Rampart here, with 1 pitch floating, is suspicious to me. If I'm the Oldhim player, this right here, this 1 pitch floating with Rampart sitting and waiting in the wings is extremely suspicious. Are you guys kind of weirded out by that play?
100%.
Turn Timber. So Tealwater does not react, still gets the Turn Timber reaction out of his opponent, arsenals that last mystery card, and goes next. We got the Guardian Local himself in chat. We got Jim Williams here to watch some sweet Oldhim gameplay. Welcome, dude. Icy Winter's Whale coming through. If that's a pummel, and our Oldhim player has anything, they're just taking this damage, right? Let's see, drawing 1, using that Tunic to generate the 5-card hand, moving that card from arsenal to hand, as it often is more efficient as long as you're not facing down anything like Dominate, you don't have a defense reaction stuffed down in there somewhere. 5-card hand, facing down an Icy Winter's Whale. Nothing crazy right now. Doesn't look like a blink turn, doesn't look like anything that's going to blow us out. We got a 5-card hand. What's it going to be? Winter's Whale coming at us on the combat chain.
I will say that Turn Timber is a pretty interesting reveal from the Starvo deck. It shows that he's packing a lot more punch with his defense reactions. Ooh, Ice React.
100% Ice React. Take the damage, put that card back on top, turn off your Crown of Seeds, and I think we're going for blood, if I had to guess here. Blue pitch, Oakenold. 2 float, 1 in hand. The threat that this constantly presents, the constant threat of pummel, is going to make me lose my hair. I'm so stressed.
I mean, what
Schrodinger's pummel is often the best card in any Guardians deck. Or Brute.
This is crazy. John, if you're famous for playing your OTK Vis build, you're famous for just championing Viserai through and through. I know you play a lot of defense reactions. You play a lot of defensive decks that try to set up. Are you just constantly in a state of stress over cards like Pummel?
When it's on Command & Conquer. I will say traditionally, defense reactions are actually very good against Pummel. You just exactly block out the attack, and then you sink below or Fate Foreseen if they come over the top with a Pummel. Pretty easy. But in this case, it's a little bit harder, right? Because your defense reactions, unless they're sink below, have more punch to them. So when you see Manton playing around every single time the Pummel, you almost want to just bluff it every time, right? Like,
It does
Yeah,
feel
look
like
at
if you
that.
bluff, it feels like if you bluff it every time, you get to build that card equity that we're always talking about, right? You get to keep getting ahead on cards. You get to keep making your opponent use their cards and their resources inefficiently. And I mean, Menton here wants to arsenal. Starvo needs that arsenal so they can dig with Crown and really try to find that perfect turn. But you guys made a point. This is like go wide aggro Oldham action right here. I'm very confused. We're gonna have to have a dead turn sooner or later, right?
No, Oldham too consistent. Crown of Seed's best card in FaB.
Yes, that's true. If we ever find ourselves on an off turn where we don't necessarily have something before throwing Winter's Wail, if we have enough cards in hand, resources, etc., we can dig with Crown of Seeds, which seems crazy. And this is an interesting pitch card that we're seeing right here. Exposed to the elements tech. Exposed to the elements earth and or ice fusion. If it's fused with an earth card, lets you put a -1 counter on target equipment and destroys an equipment with 0 on it unless they pay 2. This seems like a Starvo hate card. We're going after that Crown of Seeds.
Yeah, so this card's actually really cool in Oldham because you can basically take whatever damage, or not take the damage Starvo is presenting, but you can block some attacks on their turn, and then when they have a card in hand that they might use to pay for the expose, you ice react, they put it on top, and then you cast the expose once they don't have resources, so you can actually set up a scenario where you force the expose through and your opponent can't do anything about it.
Yeah, you actually use the expose and then reveal the ice for the fuse. Use that same fuse to ice react with it on the stack before they're given priority. So it's really gross.
Yeah.
So we've got
it's
Winter's
disgusting.
Wail and Pummel coming down here. Guys, oh my god, what is happening? What is
I
going
knew there
on?
had to be something interesting coming with him pitching that, because that's what he loves playing that card.
Guess
The
he had the
double
pummel every time.
Pummel. Twofer. 2 pummels. I would say it's not for the price of one. You still have to pay for both. But both pummels coming down.
Pushing
Guys,
7 damage through.
Look, your opponent can't do anything if your whole deck is just pummel, okay?
Is Easton just doing this to you guys on a weekly basis? Like, this seems horrible. Who wants to? This is crazy. Double pummel. This is crazy. I would, if he was in my locals, I'd quit. I'd quit FaB. I'd be like, all right, thanks. This has been fun. See y'all later.
We seem to have had a lot of Prism converts recently, sort of suspiciously in the Colorado area.
Oh, so people definitely running from the Oldham list. Don't blame them by any stretch of the imagination. Starvo goes down to 6. And remember, this is post-ban. We're not looking at Awakening in this deck. The Starvo does not have access to this Awakening. The Evergreen for 7, keeping a card for Arsenal. I would be surprised if we don't start seeing more consistent ice reacts here to keep that Arsenal on the side of Starvo empty.
It's so funny that without Awakening, there's just like no real good comeback mechanic for the Bravo deck in the current situation it's in. Like, if Awakening were still on the list, you can just like go get that Pulverize and send it, and make your opponent respond to the 14 damage. And without it, it's so hard to generate a turn that makes Easton care.
Yeah, especially when the life totals are this far apart. I mean, we're 18 life apart, and we're throwing an Evergreen for 7. And what this means is if our Oldham player can put together enough pressure, there's freedom to ice react, throw something possibly meaningful, and arsenal a card. There's just so many versatile options that you can play with here on the side of Oldham to get value out of this turn. It just gets to be insane. I don't understand how you deal with it. I think Oldham is one of the best decks, and it's definitely being kept in check because Prism is a thing. But if Agros leaks into this meta, pushes Prism out that back door, we're going to see a lot of Oldham, and it's going to be viable, and it might be just incredible. Doing a deck count here. We are 37 on the Bravo Star of the show to 40 on the side of Oldham. Blocking with the Glacial Footsteps blue. So blue Glacial Footsteps block here. Nothing else. No ice react. Important to note, no ice react. Possibly going to threaten another pummel here. This is where pummel becomes that thing like I'm threatening pummel, but I don't have to have it. You have to respect it at such a low life total, but I don't even have to have it. And this is one of those weird pummel targets. Icy Encounter, hit, make a Frostbite.
These are some of my favorite turns with pummel decks, where you're just like, innocent, attack for 2, pitch a blue, don't pay attention to my tunic, everything's fine.
This is one of the best turnaround plays that you have in the deck to steal tempo, because it's a 3-card hand representing pummel off of tunic. It's just really hard to deal with this if it hits.
Right? Frostbite and the discard if the pummel connects.
Frostbite and the discard. We've seen 2 Sink Belows recently. You wonder how many more defense reactions this Starvo has access to. And again, if you see an overblock here, right? The Starvo almost has to block for 4 and say, you must pummel me for me to use my defense reaction. That almost has to be the play. If Starvo blocks for just 2, you're assuming a defense reaction anyway. And if you're on the side of Oldhim, you just go, you got to do it. I'm going to present lethal otherwise. I know you wouldn't just die.
Yeah,
Here
it's so
comes the
funny
3
because
block.
what we've seen, 2 Sink Below, 2 Turn Timber, 2 Staunch now. So we're running thin if that's our D-React package.
We are, and interestingly enough, that Arsenal target is valuable because notice the 1 pitch used for Rampart rather than Crown of Seeds. Crown of Seeds remains unused. The pitch used for Rampart, none floating, no equipment block here. Yellow pummel coming down for +3, pushing us to 7. We're saying to our opponent, prove it. And here comes that defense reaction. Opponent will prove it. We will trade yellow pummel for red staunch response. That feels
trade.
like a fine trade.
That feels good.
But again, that Arsenal target.
Last Staunch.
Yeah, I thought that Arsenal was going to be a Sink Below for sure.
And here
So
comes
we got
that
a
icy
Turn
hammer.
Timber and a Sink left for Bravo.
Turn Timber, 1 Turn Timber, 1 Sink that we are aware of, presuming we're running full play sets throughout the entire deck. Winter's Wail, Icy dropping down onto the field. Interesting situation. Now remember, Starvo holding on to that equipment. Oldhim used that equipment block much earlier. Starvo holding on to that equipment. You don't want to see Starvo turn the corner and be able to go back to back to back on Starvo turns here. The second block on Crater Fist coming down. Interesting. I wonder if we're planning on threatening yet another pummel. It's a blue Glacial Footsteps pitch. Nope, it's just Glacial Footsteps for 8. Wow, 8 damage coming through here. Big damage coming down. And that explains why we had to block that full attack. We didn't have enough pitch to play the Glacial Footsteps otherwise. Glacial Footsteps for 8 coming down. Think you're going to get some cards. I mean, obviously you're going to get some cards. You might get some equipment here. This might be time. Guys, if you're on the Starvo side of things, you got to think, I got to start turning the corner. I got to make this happen. If I'm able to dig up a pulse or something like that, now's the time to hit the gas and try to close this bad boy out. How are we feeling, guys? If you're on the side of Starvo, how are you feeling right now? 20-6, but you got a 5-card hand. You're staring down at 8 Glacial Footsteps. What's going through your guys' mind? What are you looking for?
Well, my guess is that the card in the arsenal is some sort of a big threat, and he was trying to cast that with those cards left over. He didn't have Starvo Fuse in hand, so my guess is he just had the pitch. So it's probably something like a Crippling Crush, and he's really trying to cast that to swing the tempo, and the Oldhim player's just not letting him do that.
Yes, this is definitely grinding, and the Oldhim player is keeping up this semblance of pressure, and that's where you see players like yourself and Easton out there that are just, they've got this ability to kind of read the room and know when they have to keep up pressure to avoid the crackback and the tempo swing, and they know when they can afford to kind of lay off the gas a little bit, maybe take a little damage and see what we get done. But I'm assuming we got a Tunic, we got 1 block, 2 block. So we got 2 block coming here, 6 still coming over the top, I believe, if that's correct.
For the Starvo player here, one thing that's important to note, they have about 1 turn left where they can preserve their life total and a fuse hand, and so they're really trying to, maneuver into a good fuse hand to hopefully turn around the tempo. But after that happens 1 time, that's sort of their last chance to steal this tempo back. So if it's just vanilla damage, it's not good enough probably.
Okay,
so they're in quite a position here.
We're thinking it's got to be Crippling Crush, and here comes that equipment that we were talking about. Crater Fist coming down, Rampart coming down, Crown of Seeds, 1 pitch floating. If this isn't used for Ironhide legs, I believe that if the Ironhide Legs here is a better block than Crater Fist if you're just going to leave the pitch floating on the table. I'd rather see Ironhide Legs used there. You can always free block with Crater Fist later down the line, and like you pointed out, keep that bigger hand and keep, kind of those cards for that Starvo activation. Murph117 in the chat says if he's Starvo, he's sweating. That's how he's feeling.
Yeah. Exactly.
Anytime you're 14 life down and not about to deck your opponent, it's tough in this scenario, especially because he doesn't even have the tempo advantage right now. I mean, he was able to preserve a 4-card hand, so now we get to see kind of hit me with your best shot. What do we got
here? Here comes the Starvo activation. There's the pulse. Like I point out, we were able to dig up that pulse. There it is, showing Starvo activation.
This has to be a fused Oakenold.
It's got to be a fused Oakenold. I believe it was a blue lightning surge. It was a blue lightning surge, so we would be able to throw the blue or the fused Oakenold, right? So we'd be able to.
Second cycle now for the Bravo.
Yeah, he has hit his second cycle because that was the first pulse he pitched.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, there it is. You guys called it. Who called it? Which one of you called it?
It was me.
Okay, which one of you actually called it though?
Me.
Damn it. All right, John Rooks called it. It is the Crippling Crush coming down. 13 dominate. Gosh darn it. He knows it every time. I would be surprised to see this crush effect get stopped. I feel like this crush effect is going to connect. And we are going to see that train.
Exactly red staunch, right? Like, I'm trying to think of what else could even do it.
Well,
have we seen turn timbers in the list?
I do not believe we've seen turn timbers in the old list.
From Tealwater, we have not.
But this is a scary moment. This is what the Starvo player is working on. This is what they want to turn the tempo and turn this game around. This is exactly how it must start, and here it goes. Tealwater digging to the bottom of the barrel, really in the tank, trying to make sure that he blocks this attack with the most efficiency possible. And guys, I can tell you firsthand, it's tempting when you're staring down that Crippling Crush to be like, well, if I get crushed, and I keep exactly these 2 cards, I can present lethal next turn. That's always a trap. It's always a trap.
It's me on chain every game.
It's always a trap, and he's doing it. It's always a trap, and here we go.
I mean, keep in mind, any blue is lethal, and Manta doesn't have an arsenal to make efficient use of his crown. So, okay, 2 blue cards, that's not the best.
2 blue cards thrown out of the hand, Tunic ticking up to 2. Okay, we do have enough to pitch. And
isn't that a red icy encounter, not a blue?
Oh, interesting. That's tough to tell. But, I mean,
it is a red icy encounter. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
This is about as good as it gets.
Technically is lethal, but he still does have Crater Fist to block. So he can go to 1 using Crater Fist and keep another 4-card hand.
He can go to 1 using
Crater
Fist.
Which would be the best potential for him.
Weirdly, the Frostbite might be relevant if he does go for that. Like, if this is another crippling hand that he stacked, right? And he, takes the Frostbite, he's like, well,
so
can't cast that anymore.
He doesn't have a crippling in his hand. We do know what the threat is in the hand here for pitch stack watchers on this turn.
Well, tell us.
Enlighten us.
I believe it is Oakenold, and he does have 3 separate cards that will all fuse.
So this could spell doom.
Me up here.
So this could spell doom for our hero, for Oldhim, if that Oakenold is able to come through. We have reached our pitch stack. We're going second cycle. I don't know if I love this.
The problem is with Oakenold, if he takes a Frostbite, he can't pay for it and fuse it unless he has the pulse.
That is correct.
Which
and that is the problem here.
And we know he doesn't have the pulse.
We know he doesn't have the pulse. Right. We just saw the pulse pitched.
So this hammer is huge.
Actually. So he can pitch to pay for Tunic activation, and then use Tunic activation to pay for the 1 extra on Oakenold.
Yep, Tunic is up.
See if he figures that out.
Assuming I remembered the order of his pitch stack correctly, I think this might be a little bit rough for Easton here.
Going to 1.
At least he's going to have his crown here to help out. So
going to 1, all blue effects. Going to 1, all blue effects. Here comes the pitch and the lightning surge, and here comes the Oakenold that you were talking about. Oakenold about to come down, or no? Is it just? It's just a fused evergreen.
That's sick.
Not what we saw coming. We did not see the fused evergreen
Hey,
coming.
There's one of those like 5 blue pummels. We're back.
We're back. You said 5 blue pummels. Ladies and gentlemen, I swear Ascent is running legal deck lists. There will not be 5 blue pummels in any of these decks. You guys out here looking like cheaters to the masses. What are you doing?
Don't you know card gamers are, just the most hyperbolic human beings on the planet?
I don't know if you guys know this, but LSS did make a power move against cheaters, which I loved. I loved to see that. They just put the big statement on their website like, no. This is a cheater and suspended player. And it just said, what are you suspended for? It didn't beat around the bush. The article was just like, boom, cheating. You can't do that. So guys, I need you to not do that. No 5 pummel decks, okay? I have the deck list trouble, not you guys. Deal?
It's a 9 pummel list. Just not 9 blue pummel.
I hate you, John. You're so correct, and it sucks. Evergreen for 7,
But not
dominate.
about Okanold, happily.
Yes, luckily you are not correct about Okanold. We are all extremely grateful for that. Here comes the Evergreen. This is a terrifying turn, because there is Go Again. There is a Winter's Wail coming to follow this up for sure.
I have not been paying close enough attention. Have we seen any pummels in the Starvo list?
We have not, or at least
We
I
have
have
not.
not noticed any.
Okay.
Maybe this is the juicy one of pummel deck.
Well, he could have hidden it with
I could
Crown,
hide it
I
with
guess.
Crown, right?
Mhm.
Like one of Getcha.
I think that's what Easton's considering here. Is he's like, have you hidden a pummel, and like, how bad like I lose if I misblock and you've hit this one of pummel.
Right. So that is, you definitely don't want to go into lose mode. That is definitely not something we're interested in. The Evergreen Dominate 4/7 still coming down, mind you. It is a blue Evergreen. Blue dominated Evergreen. And then it's important to note with Oldhim, you can mitigate 2 damage from the pummel, right? So with the defense reaction, as long as you have a blue Earth card, you can mitigate 2 damage off that pummel. There is 1 block available on Tunic, but I'm sure Easton's trying to hold on to that value and generate 1 more resource off of it. Maybe dig up that 5-card hand with Crown, something of that nature. I'm excited to see how this works here. Pulse of Eisenloft, defense reaction for 6, blocking the full 7. Icy Winter's Wail coming through. Here it comes, and there she goes. Do we see? What do we see here? What do we see? This could be interesting.
Well, if it's an elemental card, it's going to be 1 short, right?
But Tunic block, there it goes, keeping 2 cards. I wonder if we'll see an Ice React here. Nope, we don't see an Ice React from Oldhim. I don't know why we spun the Pulse of Eisenloft 14 times before putting it off the table.
Probably,
but gosh darn it, we did it.
Saying, why don't you have a Frostbite token?
And it's because it makes the ice card block
Yep.
for 3 that turn.
Yep.
Yes. All right, and here comes Winter's Wail. Winter's Wail coming in from 4, being able to arsenal that card. We are going to get Crown from opponent, and remember, Tunic is still a block, and Rampart is available, but we will get 1 card from our opponent, but that's a scary spot to be in. We
Needing to
pitched a
block
lot
with
of
1 card from hand is huge here. It means the most cards he can have in his hand
would be
after
3, right?
this would be 3, right? Because he has to pitch to activate the Crown, and he doesn't have a Tunic activation.
Right. So this would be huge. Unfortunately, no ice token available here, and I believe that's what the thought was. Maybe keep the Pulse and try to throw Icy Winter's Wail instead of just a naked Winter's Wail. But when Starvo's at 1, every damage matters here. This is an interesting play. We still got chat saying the more pummels, the better. I don't think we're seeing a pummel here, chat. I think the pummel phase of the game might have come and gone unless we find that Tealwater is able to keep that big hand. I don't think we're going to see the pummel phase of the game come back. However, maybe I'll bite my words. Maybe I'm wrong. Bite my tongue, eat my words. You know what I'm saying. These idioms, they get away from me. Here comes the Tunic block. There's the Okanold block. John, you were 1 away.
I forgot Crown activation. was the problem. I looked at what he actually pitched into his pitch zone and forgot that there was a crown in there.
Starvo dropping for a break ground dominate. Go again for 9. Big, huge break ground dropping on the table here. My goodness, what a swing.
So I think Easton is 1 away from his staunch here, which I think he needs. But I guess he can crown to get it?
He could crown to dig for it, block with Rampart. Again, remember, we do have Oldham defense reaction to try to kind of keep ourselves alive, but the problem we're seeing now is Starvo could be going back to back. And if Starvo starts going back to back, you know darn well we're in trouble. And I like to think we didn't crown that card away, much like you guys pointed out. That down there in the arsenal of Starvo is another 7 damage attack. That is not just any old card. That is what we saw first term of the game. We are going to go break ground into some 7 damage attack, if I had to guess. So,
yeah, this is where those Entangle Reds really shine, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking we're going to see is something like that popping out of the arsenal, rearing its ugly head. Both of these players in the tank doing the best they can to try to get through this, figure this out. I'm sure Rampart is being held back right now just in case Tealwater wants to turn and say block that icy Winter's Whale and throw his own right back. He definitely does not want to take a turn off. He does not want to let Starvo get full activation and full cards in hand, but he might not have an option. We are down to the end. The bitter end here as the game starts to wind down. These are the turns that matter most. This is why top tables don't have a time limit. And this is some of the absolute most stressful Flesh and Blood you can play, by far. Frankly, it's not close. You guys having all been in this situation before, definitely taking your time to analyze each and every one of these turns. How are you feeling? You're behind the Oldham deck. How are you feeling right now if you are Easton sitting in that seat?
I mean, it's tough because you know what's coming, right? You've seen him pitch these beautiful Starvo activations to the bottom of his deck, which is why the aggro plane is so important, right? If you let him get to his second cycle, now you're on the back foot. All he needs is one good pivot turn into his pitch stack, and it's like this for the rest of the game until you die. I'm not saying Easton can't get there, but it is very tough to play these turns efficiently while still presenting that hammer every turn, which is what you need to do to stay in it.
100%. That's fantastic analysis, and he is behind the 8 ball right now. He is under the gun. That 7-9 dominate, break ground, flying at him. Red break ground rearing its ugly head, and I think I wouldn't be surprised to see an Entangle follow up after this. I think the follow up will be something like Entangle, but how are we going to deal with this 9 damage? If you take too much of this 9 damage, you cannot survive another Starvo activation, and then you're just dead on board. That's when it gets scary. Easton thinking it out. Thinking out every possible line, where his cards are. He did dig with Pummel. The question is, did he dig up that staunch response? And if he did, is it enough? Break ground. Still on the table. Definitely considering all of our options. Chat, if you want to let me know, I want to know what you guys think this Arsenal card is. I think this Arsenal card down here is an attack. I want to know what you guys think it is. 9 damage, blocking 2, letting Crown of Siege trigger and Rampart of the Ram's Head soak that damage. Should be no pitch floating here. Chat, I want to know, what do you think that card in Arsenal is? If you've been around since the beginning of this game, what do you think it is? We've come full cycle. We're at the bottom of the decks here. Here comes a pitch. We will see the blue staunch response covering the damage from break ground, 2 cards in hand. Oh, wait, take 2. Oh, yeah, because it was for 9. Here comes that Winter's Whale coming down. Take 1. Starvo keeps an Arsenal card. We get a Frosty Boy, and I bet we're just going to go Arsenal pass here. Not really much else we can do. And that's the turn Starvo needed. If Starvo can find a decent activation here, we could be in trouble.
Unfortunately, I believe he has one more activation before his pitch stack is not perfect. So,
Okay. Well, we're about to find out. He's digging. There goes that Arsenal card. There goes Icy Encounter. Tealwater goes to Arsenal up. Frostbite goes away. And there it is. You called it. And this one's going to be Evergreen. Evergreen for 9 Dominate coming in off the top of this deck here. Oh, no! Oh, no! Here comes the Oaken Old. Here comes the Oaken Old. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not what you want to see. This is huge. This could be the game. This could close things out right here and right now. We know the red Evergreen is in hand as well. Oaken Old is rough. Oaken Old looking like it's going to be enough to get there. This big Oaken Old attack being thrown at the end of the game for Dominate, for 11, with just an on-hit effect right away is nasty. It's insane.
Now, I believe that Easton does have yellow staunch response here. So he can block a lot of this. The problem is that red Evergreen is going to come through. And
he might be able to block enough where he can ice react, and then he's only taking the Icy Hammer, but he needs to be have a card left after that to actually block the hammer. So we'll have to see.
Yes, that's a great point. So Oaken Old coming in for 11, 2 block on the table right now. It is dominated. And the problem is, if you pitch one, take Icy Hammer, and have nothing left in hand, that Icy Hammer is lethal. It becomes lethal. Big turn here. Big turn here. Big turnaround for the Starvo player. What a close game. It feels like the tempo has swung. Like you guys mentioned, it is in favor of the Starvo player. What's it going to be? Macho Grande in the pitch zone. 1 pitch floating. Go ahead.
The pitch stacking here from both players has just been pretty incredible. So
it has been incredible. What a game we're seeing going down. Team Hyperloops trying to tie this thing up at 1-1. Easton doing his best to say, no, I want to take that 2-0 lead. Man, these turns are a grind. They must be played perfectly. You cannot make a mistake here. And I think there's the concession. I think we're going into GG. If I'm reading this correctly, we're going into GG. Yep, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have gone into GG. Easton was digging for that yellow staunch response. It wasn't there till the next hand. All right, good game, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what a game. Starvo gets there, evens this things up with Hyperloops 1-1. Great game played by both players. What do you guys think about that one? That was a grind right there.
I mean, it doesn't get any closer than that, right? No equipment left on either side. Person who wins is at 1, right?
That was the definition of a close game.
And the game continues if Easton found a way to dig 1 card deeper. Whew. Yeah, that's a close game.
Wow, that was wild. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you guys were here for that game. We are going to get ready for the next game coming up. That was a tough one. So, Hyperloops ties it up 1-1 in the finals of the FaB Competitive Team League. Guys, this is insane. I need to get some water so I can stream the rest of these games. Will you guys commentate and talk to the chat and take over the stream?
Yeah, for sure.
That was only one of you.
Hi, chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, talk to Team Ascent. Ask them any question you guys might have in the YouTube chat. I'm going to go get a glass of water so I can continue bringing this flesh and blood awesome content with these awesome players to you guys. I'm thirsty. I can't help it. We'll be right back.
I will say that that win definitely brought to you by pitch stacking. Manton really from the very first turn of the game was thinking about what his pivot turn was going to look like and how he was going to get back in the game. And I think Easton reacted to it really well, realizing that if Manton got to second cycle, it was probably GG. So he tried to go as aggressive as possible with those Enlighten Strikes and those pummels, pushing as much damage as he really could, but just couldn't quite get there, just so close. I think that turn where he drew the double Staunch Response yellow might have been the one where he kind of got pushed out of the game. If he had been able to present just a tiny bit more damage, literally one more point of damage, I think that could have been a different game, but very, very well played to both players.
Yeah, super sweet game. Definitely shows you that working on that skill of coming around a second cycle, even though it's not very prevalent in the current meta because we don't get there very often, but learning that skill now will pay dividends if you are ever on a mid-range strategy or control strategy and you play these long grindy games. Even as a Reinhardt player against the Guardian classes, I find that I am pitch stacking for every inch of damage I can get, and picking up the skills to second cycle like that is just so important.
I mean, you play a deck that does that more than anything else in the format chain, right? I mean, you really have to. You always get to your pitch
in my
stack
opinion,
for the most part.
Yeah, just simply because of how fast you come around to it. But I believe we have Easton in the room now. That was really close, dude.
Yeah, super close. Yeah, it was a really interesting game. His like basically turn one was pitch a pulse and lightning card into crippling, and I told him, I was like, well, that's gonna be pretty good later. He's like, yeah. So pretty clearly, like early on, he was going for second cycle, which usually means that the other Guardian, I think, is actually usually pretty well positioned because they can go for first cycle aggression and just like crown away all of their defense reactions. But the problem was I presented 66 cards and he presented 60, and I drew my non-blue staunches a little bit late in first cycle, which means that like I was just like late getting to them in the second cycle, because usually what happens in that spot is like I get them down to low enough life that I just need to like weather a couple hands and then stabilize and start presenting enough damage to strip cards from their hand, and then Oldhim always wins from that spot. But he had just enough armor block, and I was just a little bit too far away from my big defense reactions to have that game plan work out for me.
It's so good to hear you say that, because that is literally the analysis we just gave.
Yeah, I was going to say, when I saw the double yellow Staunch Response turn, I was like, well, now we know he wasn't sneaking those away with his Crown of Seeds, so that seems bad for the home team when we saw.
Yeah, I mean, I had 8 defense reactions, big defense reactions left in my second cycle, but again, I drew them a little bit late. I had the pulse. Yeah. I had the pulse early, but then my next 2 were the blue staunches, and it just wasn't enough math to get there against his like red.
In your hand when you pitched the 2 yellow staunches.
Say again?
When you pitched the 2 yellow staunches, what was the card you were saving there?
Pummel.
Ah, nice. Okay.
I had the tunic plus pummel that play if I wanted to. I had a lot of situations where I could have pummeled, and he had to kind of play around it, right? But then he didn't actually do it. But
the end of March.
Yeah,
he didn't
I don't know. Even if I lose, Guardian matchups are always just so fun. The dynamic between like the first and second cycle and how what your opponent is doing is like it affects what you are doing, which kind of allowed me to take a pretty aggressive slant cycle 1 and stuff. I thought he had taken too much damage from like the Endless Winters 1 and 2 for him to really like stabilize enough to actually have the card, like the hands big enough to actually fuse and attack me. But again, he had like the perfect amount of blocking from equipment left over, and I used my blocking equipment for tempo to get him that low to begin with. Super close. I'm sure I could have optimized a lot better. I'm sure he could have too. They're always so difficult.
It was just so interesting how he was able to know exactly when he was going to get to his pitch stack to do the pivot turn, the literal turn before he got to his pitch stack. That was very impressive, to know exactly when it was going to hit like that. It can be very easy to forget when you're sometimes crowding and sometimes not. I was actually one off on his pitch stack. I thought he was going to have an Oaken Hold 1 turn sooner, and I was 1 pitch off on your pitch stack. I thought you were going to draw the yellow Staunch Response literally.
Hey guys, do you have a John? Can you message me details to the room?
Oh wait, sure. I guess we're both John.
You're both John.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. All right, we'll see you guys soon. Good luck. Good luck to both players.
Was just amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Um,
Once you got there, he didn't let off the gas, which is exactly what his job is in that spot.
it's so fun because basically the position you were put in as the Guardian with the slightly worse second cycle is how Brute plays that matchup against every Guardian. So
Yeah.
we play an aggressive first cycle, and then like we try to hit our stack that kills them with the quad Intimidate right before they hit their cycle. Like we want to get to ours just a little bit sooner. It makes for really, really fun games.
Yep.
Well, guys, we have an interesting kind of situation on our hands right here. Let's pop over to some gameplay because if you will notice, we have the same matchup that we just witnessed. We are looking at John Wood from Ascent on the side of Bravo Star of the Show and an audience of one on the side of Oldham. Equipment being flipped over, game about to start. We kind of know how this one goes.
It'll be interesting to see how they choose to play the matchup, right? And how Easton played it. And if it's different at all or if it's going to be identical, right? Because player skill and like player expression, both in the list building and in actually playing, and if you play for second cycle or not, is like a pretty big thing.
100%. And we're seeing some pitch from, I don't know what we're seeing from John Wood here.
His hand was in the wrong spot.
I think maybe he's just face up sideboarding because that's just how he do. He face up sideboards and he says, you know what? I don't care if you know what's in my deck. Let's do the darn thing. We've shuffled up. We've drawn some hands. We're going to see who goes first. Get ready for some awesome Guardian gameplay. I'm here as Hometown TCG with Team Ascent in the chat, and we are hyped, and we are talking some FaB competitive team league. Guys, we're 1-1 right now against an awesome team, Hyperloops. We're looking to try to get ourselves a lead here. How much faith do we have in John? I know him personally, so I feel like I'm not allowed to answer this question.
I think John's going to do great. We've seen him play some really strong games in the league in the past, and I think that he is well set up to play and defeat Oldham here.
All right, and notably, we saw John face the likes of Matt Rogers and Tariq Patel at the Calling Indy, and we have Glacial Footsteps coming down right away from our Oldham player. No Dominate here. However,
is this red?
This is red Glacial Footsteps, and John gaining life from the hit effect. John not known for his TTS skills here in the final. If anyone remembers his last game, his TTS skills are not exactly what you want him to be. Nothing super notable blocked there with, except we do see an interesting yellow break ground in the list. Yellow breakout on the list, taking 2 damage, so Oldham pushing through 2 on turn 1. Our Starvo player not getting a true filter, drawing up. Let's see what we got. Starvo into Oldham. So, you guys have faith in John. Have you guys ever played games against John in person?
Like not on TTS?
Like not on TTS, like in person.
I played a couple warm-up games against him, yeah.
He can be quite the intimidating player. He can be very stoic, doesn't let you know what he's doing, doesn't always want to come off like he's having a bunch of fun at the table. No matter how much fun he's actually having, he internalizes that bad boy. We see a Channel Lake Frigid drop turn 1 here. Starvo going to Crown in response, which makes sense to me. Channel Lake Frigid already on the table for Starvo, or Oldham crowning, sorry. And Icy Winter's Whale. This feels way more control-y of a Starvo, for sure.
So, based on the cards we see there, I think we can infer a few things, right? Shock Striker Blue was not in the last list we just watched. I think we're going to see a much higher element count in this particular game than we saw in the last list. And Channel Lake Frigid is generally not a very good card in this matchup, but specifically on turn 1 only, it's pretty reasonable because you get to have all those extra cards in your hand, and if you don't have a big attack you can send, this is a pretty good consolation prize.
Well, consolation prize indeed. We do get card Oldhim down to 3. We're seeing yellow Glacial Footsteps and red Glacial Footsteps from the Oldhim here. We're seeing 6 pitch come through, 2 float for a Winter's Wail, a suspicious, a weirdly suspicious 2 float. After seeing yellow Glacial Footsteps and red Glacial Footsteps, they are not beyond playing pummel here.
The 2 float he can't even pummel, right? Because pummel costs 3 in this spot. And so he has to pitch this because hammer costs 4.
Go gray my hand? I am gray. Oh. It wasn't gray in this one. There we go. It was gray in the first one. Great call, Team Hyperloops. We're streaming with a delay. Great call. So we are looking here. We got Channel Lake Frigid down. Winter's Wail coming through. My goodness. Winter's Wail coming through. Interesting play. Could be anything. Again, point made here. It can't be pummel with Channel Lake Frigid. Ice pitch to Crown of Seeds. Do a little filter. Crown gonna eat 1. High element count, meaning we might not have the 3 block in hand. Something interesting to think. And John, you made a great point here. It feels like we're punting on Channel Lake Frigid because we really, really don't want to keep that ice card for this upcoming turn. Hyperloops, thank you, dudes. You guys rock. The Hyperloops, guys, if you're not following the Hyperloops on YouTube, go subscribe right now. The Hyperloops YouTube channel. They're awesome team. They're great players. They're cool people. Go subscribe to that YouTube channel. Now, that being said, I still would like Ascent to win, but I enjoy the fact that they're just really cool people and really good players. We see a full block of this Winter's Wail, keeping 3 in hand. This is the high element count, keeping 3 in hand. We could see a Starvo activation, but it sure feels unlikely.
This feels like an Evergreen or Breakground attack to me.
Evergreen or Breakdown is being called by John Rooks, not to be confused with John Wood, who's playing the game. Guys, Ascent, too many Johns. Too many Johns.
Just a Winter's Wail.
Just a Winter's Wail. Interesting, because we did keep 2 ice cards. So the notion that we could have taken maybe 1 from the hammer and then pitched 2 ice cards there to keep Channel Lake Frigid around for 1 more turn is definitely interesting to not choose that play. It makes me wonder what the rest is in hand. And we're going to see a lot of people on TTS talented enough to do that with the movement of their cards. Kind of swing them around and stuff like that. I always knock the whole table over. Seeing a full block, and again, most interestingly, blocking with the Rampart rather than Crown, showing us that that Arsenal target is valuable, right? There's value in that Arsenal target. What's it going to be?
I also think players are used to flicking cards in their hand, so they just flick their hand around in TTS.
I am used to flicking cards in my hand. If anyone's back to the throwback hometown TCG days, they know that I just got roasted about that on repeat. So pitching the Glacial Footsteps here to throw the Winter's Wail, is this just like screaming pummel or like just like lightning?
The pummel play has a real cost here, right? He's not going to have an arsenal for Crown of Seeds if he does have pummel here. I don't think it's likely he has pummel.
All right, you think it's likely just a Winter's Wail. So here we go. Winter's Wail being thrown. No ice trigger here. Starvo probably looking to take some damage. Has to be able to play around that Oldhim Ice React, but with a 5-card hand, that becomes far more reasonable to play around. We notice no Crown of Seeds trigger here for Starvo. Likely we will see a Starvo activation on this turn. I would be surprised if we don't. And there it is, the 2-card Starvo activation. Heaven's Claws blue and Icy Pulse blue. Now, what do we have to go along with it? What are our goodies? Boom, there it is. Oakenold out of Arsenal. Maybe Oakenold. Fused Oakenold out of Arsenal for 11. Dominate. Go again.
Is there a cost effect I'm missing here? I'm trying to figure out. It looks like he paid 4 for Oakenold.
It looks like he did as well, and I don't know if this dice is indicating one float on the side over here, but it does look like he's paid 4 for Oakenold, doesn't it? I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I know that we are not to intervene in any way.
No, he's only pitched 1 card.
No,
But
he
he
had a
spent his
tunic
tunic.
counter. Yeah, he spent his tunic
Oh,
counter.
he's floating his tunic? Wow. Weird.
That seems like an interesting play here. Guys, if you know what's going on, if someone can make the call and make the prediction, I'm extremely interested. So here we got
Did he
2
have a
blocks.
frostbite they weren't representing?
He did not.
He did
'cause
not.
The Winter's Whale came in with Glacial Footsteps. as
Which
the
is
pitch.
not an ice card. Even though it's one of those elemental cards that looks like it should be an ice card. Yellow Turn Timber, fused Yellow Turn Timber, blocking for 7, 8, 9. But we're still coming over the top for 2, but there's the Oldham defense reaction to fully block this Oakenold. Oakenold fully blocked here. You hate to see it if you're on the side of Starville. The fully blocked Oakenold is kind of demoralizing. And here comes that Icy Winter's Whale. Opponent ready for it, taking 1, getting a Frostbite, and going to pass. That was a very well blocked Oakenold on the side of the Oldham player, don't you think?
Importantly, we kept our pulse.
Yes,
So-
we did. We did keep the pulse. Go to Arsenal. Don't know. I still haven't figured out where that tunic counter went. If somebody in the chat can let me know, if anyone's on the Hyperloops channel, if they can let me know where that tunic counter went and what's going on.
It's probably because Oakenold is such a good card, he just assumed it costs 4.
Yeah, I think this is now a. Oh nope. At first, I thought he was gonna say, "Oh wait, I didn't use these counters because there was no Frostbite," but clearly not.
He just wanted to keep adding to tunic. He wanted to get tunic value. Here
We
comes
made
the
fun of
Starville
him for-
activation.
We made fun of him for forgetting the trigger, so now he's like, "I'm gonna do a trigger every turn this game."
All the
Every
value.
single one.
Every single turn. We've got Pulse in hand. We've got Starvo activation. Here comes an attack. I'm assuming we still found something. I know we're playing things like Yellow Break Ground and things of that nature from the early pitches. Oh my goodness. Wow, we are going back to back early Oakenolds right off the bat from our Starvo player. I
I
wonder.
honestly think this is okay. I think the crippling is more valuable in the matchup. So like, I think it's okay just to like say, here's a bunch of damage, deal with me, and you don't get a good first cycle, right?
Oakenold is a very good one to play out early as well because you can return it with Pulsive Candle Hold for maximum value.
That is Pulsive
Like,
Candle
like what
Hold
if he
as well.
draws Pulse of Candle Hold here and just puts both these back on top, and it's just like, well, I still have the other pulse, so just get you, I guess.
Now, the other option, too, is if the deck is running things like Remembrance or things to shuffle back in the deck, then you feel a little better about getting this front foot pressure with these Oakenolds. But we do see Staunch Response from Arsenal and Sink Below from hand, and Staunch Response fully paid for 8, 12 block on this Oakenold, blocking out yet another Oakenold full block, only taking out 2 cards. The efficiency of this deck is just wild. That is a blue Staunch Response as well, so we will still have access to red Staunches. And here comes, maybe JK. LOL. I thought it was Hammer for sure. I thought we're keeping Pulse,
Gotta be Hammer.
and I think you keep Pulse
What if
here for
the-
sure.
What if the Arsenal card is another Oakenold? He just fuses another one.
Well, that would be sick.
Whew, whew.
Oh, so he's
setting
setting up
the breakdown. Interesting.
he's sending the break ground and setting
it's
up
red
a pitch.
breakdown. Yeah.
Yep, pushing
Okay.
through some damage. Opponent keeping that 1 card in hand and either prioritizing an Icy Hammer or an Arsenal here?
Being able to stack a Starvo activation like that is pretty nice. Now we should be looking for him to pitch a strong attack target.
I also
for
think
his
it's just
second cycle.
valuable getting the damage, right? Like,
Oh, for sure, for sure. If
Oh,
it was
yes.
just a pitch, you wouldn't do it.
right.
Pulse in hand's too strong. But being able to not only set up a Bravo activation in the late game, but also get that life total lower. I mean, what's he going to do? Send Hammer and not have an Arsenal here? I mean, I guess he could. But these are both very unappealing choices that Oldham has to make here.
Yes, an opponent waiting to Arsenal. I believe John looking at digging with Starvo, looking at digging with Crown, trying to find a Starvo activation. He will pitch the blue break ground, which will be the blue break ground pitch will be a possible target for that Starvo activation we just saw pitched.
Could also pay for a Starvo activation too, right? Depending on what he just put under with Crown. So
100%. It absolutely could. So here we go. Could have stacked up a perfect turn. Could have just thrown stuff to the bottom. We're not quite sure, but he's a fantastic player, so I'm sure there's a plan in mind. But we got a 4-card hand, high elemental build, and this is the kind of variance that comes with that high elemental build. You could have dug for it, and you could have missed. We see Tunic trigger up. We haven't seen a Starvo activation, so we assume we're not going to see one yet this turn. And if there's no Starvo activation, what are we trying to see? Icy Winter's Whale. Naked Icy Winter's Whale here. Interesting play. Definitely dug. Didn't find what we were looking for. Icy Winter's Whale coming across. And now Oldham gets all the value decisions in the world. What do they want to do on their turn? What can they play? What can they pay for? What can they play? I think this is a win. If you're Starvo and this gets a defense reaction of any kind, this is a win. But I can't imagine it will. Crown of Seeds activation, paid for with Winter's Grasp, 2 float, 4-card hand, 1 float, 2 soak right now with the shield block. Turning those 2 blocks, turning those cards in your hand into 2 block, just fantastic. Opponent psyching us out. Not sure what they want to block with, not sure what they want to play, but you'll love to see it. Oh, double react. There goes the pulse for the double Oldham react, but the ice react, not the most painful thing in the world to John here, unless he was planning a blink turn or some kind of shenanigans. Wow, pummeling the Winter's Whale. Pummel going over the top. Pummel in the Starvo list, guys. Did not expect to see the pummel going over the top on the Winter's Whale. I wonder if this was the time to use it. What are you guys thinking?
I think getting damage is like fine.
It's always good. Always good to get damage. This will push 4 over the top.
I was not expecting the pummels either. I kind of like it though, especially in like a Guardian Mirror, right? It feels good to have a way to sneak more damage in when you can.
It's definitely spicy. I did not see it coming. It's kind of I wasn't as shocked as I should have been. I think I was like, "Oh, I just watched a game with so many pummels from Tealwater that I'm pummel numb."
Right.
Is that a red Earthlore Surge? So how can our opponent do this? Was there a frost?
He has a frostbite.
He has a frostbite? Okay. Makes
yeah,
sense.
right, because the pummel just made the frostbite go over, so he has to overpay on this.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Yeah,
that
this
makes
costs
sense.
more.
So we got Frosty Winter's Whale coming through. Chat saying Pummel's our king.
I mean, it's kind of true. Like in a meta where people don't want to block, having a card that says you didn't block discard anyway is pretty good.
That is, the Pummel supremacy is coming through. The Pummel meta is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. How will you handle the Pummel meta?
I hear that is the starting meta in Commoner. Is all these decks are just like, what do we do? Let's run Pummel.
You know what? Can you blame them?
No, not really.
Pummel's fantastic. Always pummel. Pummel all the things, ladies and gentlemen. If you get a chance to pummel.
Razor reflex.
Also a valid option.
Also a valid option, yes.
Not with pummel.
I think the spice is to run Pummel Katsu, and you just pummel your Surging Strikes all day long for the 2-card
That's
swing.
hilarious. Oh.
Channel Lake Frigid Block coming down. Oop. I think someone's in chat, but they sound a million miles away. Does everyone else hear that?
It's coming through John's microphone.
Oh, is it? Okay. I was like, oh, dang. Someone's in here, but we can't hear them. Where are they?
They ran away.
Guys, we have been live for 2 hours. Thank you so much. If you're here, let us know what you think of the stream. Let us know what you think of the gameplay. Evergreen Pitch and Tunic counter to pay for the Frostbite to come in with the Winter's Wail again. Winter's Wail coming down for 4. No ice trigger on this Winter's Wail.
Normally, I'd say 4 Guardians down. We're all done with Guardians, but there's still Coke Classic Bravo that, in theory, could be in either team's stable of heroes that they're going to be playing.
Nick just pointed out, because I had to pop over and find the rest of the stream, I hadn't showed you guys the chat or the gameplay sense. So I'm giving you guys back the gameplay. My bad on that. Tome of Harvest drop here. Interesting. Well, as I pop back and forth between, I forgot to open it up for you guys. Tome of Harvest drop in Oldham. Wow. That's some tech right there.
If you're gonna run that card, why don't you just run the other chess piece that like makes 3 seismic surges or whatever?
I mean, maybe. I really like Tome of Harvest, guys. Tome of Harvest, just so you guys know, is a pet card of mine. I absolutely love that card. I want the excuse to stuff it in any deck possible.
The reason you don't run the other chess piece is because there's a good chance that you're not going to actually cast that in some of the games. So having a chess piece that doesn't get to do anything is not as good as Tunic because there's so much value from it.
All right, activating Crown here.
I like it.
Digging with Crown of Seeds. We're getting all the Guardian games out of the way early here, guys. What kind of a run of games we've got going on here?
Bravo Showstopper versus Bravo Showstopper. Next game, spoiler alert.
Are you trolling? I can't tell if you're trolling.
I mean, who knows? I don't know what Joe's running. It could be. It could be.
It could not be.
100% trolling here.
All right, seeing the Winter's Wail, Crown of Seed block, exposing our cards, deciding what, and we are going to block all of the damage. We'll block 4 here, staying at 33, keeping 3 cards. Unlikely to see a Starvo activation again, but our Oldhim player did pitch a Oldhim an Oaken Old and Fusion stack right there going on. So here we go.
I will say the difference between playstyles between this game and the last game is about as far on the spectrum of different as you can get.
Yeah, they have switched roles. And
Yes.
Bravo is having a good first cycle, and you're watching the Oldhim pitch stack, and you're just like, oh, that's back-to-back Oaken Old fuses.
Guys, the attention to detail when it comes to pitch stack and things like that for the second cycle of this game that we're about to watch is just impressive. This is what makes you guys and the Hyperloops guys and the Hyperloops players just, above and beyond. Just awesome players, awesome members of the community. I don't keep up with all that. I notice it here and there, but to be able to track it throughout the entire game is just awesome. Ice React here from Oldhim.
I won't lie, I can't do it forever. I'm not good enough. The mental strain will get to me, and I'll just be like, nope, can't keep track anymore.
Can't keep track. Play cards. Oh, the Winter's Wail has gone to the bottom of the deck. And while our opponent tries to throw Winter's Wail, we need to fish up the other Winter's Wail. We've drawn the Winter's Wail. Ladies and gentlemen, that's tech that you've never heard of and never seen before.
It's in our
I've definitely seen that before.
Can
You
we
haven't played enough
throw it
GTS,
at our
apparently.
opponent? Can we just say, ah?
Hiya! How much damage does this do? All right. Icy Wail, non-Icy Wail, standard Winter's Wail coming through, possibly tying up the life totals. No Arsenal target here. We know that our Bravo star of the show wants to get back on that Arsenal grind, right? They want that Arsenal target. So is this an opportunity to take 4 damage, no frostbite, and just move on? Just go about your business.
I wonder if because this Oldhim knows that he's to play the second cycle role here, I wonder if that's like a staunch or a turn timber in his arsenal he's just sitting on instead of like fishing for a better play.
It's got to be. It does feel like it's something of that nature. Either that or an Oakenold of his own. We saw one pitched, so maybe a way he's holding it as long as he can to keep them spread apart, right? To try to keep those attack reactions. Yeah. But more likely than not, I do believe it's probably some kind of defense reaction. 4 coming through, John definitely thinking this through, wants to make sure he gets the most value out of this turn. Someone in chat saying Winter's Whale akimbo, meaning dual-wielding Winter's Whale. And, you know, there's been some talk of that in the local scene about dual-wielding Winter's Whale.
I think there are several Guardian players, although I know Chris and Easton had to leave, who have attempted the doubles Winter's Whale.
Yes, I know the attempt has been there.
So
it might not have been
definitely a fun deck. Unsure how good it is.
Yes,
I'm sure how good it is.
Me too, and I think we have the same opinion.
Hold on, are we playing Pulse of Candle here without ticking up Tunic?
He ticked up Tunic.
Did he? Okay. Pulse of Candlehold to get Channel Lake Frigid and Oakenold back on top of the deck.
Oakenold?
Can't get Channel Lake Frigid with Pulse of Candlehold. It has to be ice, or it has to be Earth, Elemental, or Lightning.
Yep, that is correct.
So that is an illegal target.
It's okay. I'm gonna figure it out.
He wouldn't be the first, and he won't be the last that will do that.
He absolutely will not, and it becomes blue breakground is what we're getting. So the Oldhim player, the problem with this play is the Oldhim player knows. It's very face up what's going on right now. So the Oldhim player knows they must apply pressure. They must apply pressure on this turn and make something happen. Wow. There's an Oakenold pitch and a Lightning Surge to just naked Winter's Whale. No, we're drawing into the next Oakenold. I think Oldham's got a window here to apply some pressure and punish this play.
For sure, it's something that can happen a lot, right? Where you're on the front foot with tempo, and then you're tempted to make a suboptimal play to either set up your second cycle or like set up your current board state with various decks.
But look at this double red pitch to turn timber the Winter's Whale. Winter's Whale putting pummel. Now that is a pretty decent stack for second cycle, but getting value out of
an all red hand for the Oldhim, right?
That had to be, or one blue, and they want to throw Winter's Whale to try to throw Starvo off this, theoretical Oakenold turn that's about to come down.
Yeah.
And nope, Glacial Footsteps for the Elemental Guardian action. No ice here on Glacial Footsteps. Just a Winter's Whale for 4. We know that a red breakground was drawn. Go ahead.
We're still really prioritizing that Arsenal card because we could have fixed our hand, right? But we still want to sit on whatever this Arsenal card is.
So the Arsenal card just holding insane value. Joe Daughtry, what's going on? Welcome to the chat. Guys in chat, let's see. I want you in chat to say right now, if you're here, let me know what that Arsenal card is. Ian, you and I will take a guess. John, Rooks, are you still here?
I am. I'm going to get tacos in a moment, but I think the Arsenal card is on the bottom of the deck.
No, the Arsenal card for Oldhim.
Oh, for Oldhim.
Chat's saying it's a pummel.
Sitting on it for like 3 turns now.
Yeah.
You think it's a pummel?
Chat's saying it's a pummel.
Maybe.
Ooh, all right.
So
I still think it's a D-React. I think it's like a red staunch.
I
think D-React is correct for Oldhim. Because John just hasn't presented something that needs to be emergency D-Reacted from Arsenal. They've either had one in hand every time, or it hasn't been that important to block.
Interesting. Shock Striker pitch here for Winter's Whale. Definitely some unorthodox plays, and this game is playing so much
I wonder
differently
if
than the last one.
John has the read that it's a D-React, and so he's just like, I'm not even going to spend anything. I'm just going to set up Starvo activations, and like until he figures out that I'm not sending anything, he's not going to send 5-card hands at me.
Right. And there you go. We're seeing the staunch response pitched. I wonder if John has made that read. And if John's made that read and saying, hey, I'm grinding in here for the long game. We saw an Oakenol get pitched to the bottom. We see a Winter's Whale get pitched to the bottom. I wonder if his opponent's like, hey, stop doing that. We see the deck moving to the weapon slot. Guys,
Classic.
TTS is freaking tough. I feel for the guy. I suck at TTS. I'm horrible at it. I totally
know,
feel for him.
John Rooks, John Sidek will agree with you. He also does not like TTS.
I like
TTS,
it fine. It's just difficult.
Yeah.
Entangle coming
have.
through. No fusion. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying it's what we have, so
It's better than not playing Flesh and Blood. I can say that
100%.
with confidence.
100%. I like TTS a lot, but the old Tunic to Crown, get that 5-card hands. I think that's one of the reasons why Crown of Siege is just so powerful. Having 5 cards to block with.
Tunic
just
to Crown
so
is
good.
such an insane move. I am 100% behind you. It's just wild right now.
Like, whenever I'm playing an aggro deck and I'm like calculating how much damage a hand can deal, I have to check and see if Tunic is on 3 because they get so much extra block value if they can Tunic away their arsenal that it's like, do I even send this really disgusting hand? Because they get like 3 to 4 extra block just by having that 5th card.
Just by having that 5th card. And here we go. A Starvo activation, and what we like to see with still being at these high life totals is I like to see a Starvo activation that throws a dominated red evergreen. I love to see this. You're trading cards without hit effects for early life or early value, defense reactions, whatever they may be. You love to see this from the Starvo player, and if this is able to get a lot of resources, there's a possibility of a follow-up red breakground or something of that nature. Here comes the Tome of Harvest block. Tome of Harvest, interestingly, Earth Action Majestic, still only blocking for 2 here.
And we still haven't spent this Arsenal card. I have no idea what this card
that's
is.
a Turn Timber block. Turn Timber block fused by the Tome of Harvest. We still have not seen the Arsenal card. The mystery Arsenal card is just fascinating here. What can it be?
It's really bothering me at this point. I don't even care what it is anymore. I'm just like, I want to know.
I just want to know. I just have to know. Here comes possibly throwing that Arsenal card away. Hovering over Crown. Back-to-back Turn Timbers. Turn Timber Red and Turn Timber Yellow. Wait. No, both Turn Timber Red. Double Turn Timber Red here. If you're John, you've got to be loving that. To get double Turn Timber Red.
I think you feel really good about that.
With Winter's Whale and Evergreen, you got to be loving that. But on the side of Oldham, you also got to be loving not taking any damage. All right, moving the pitch stack to the bottom of the deck. Moving on to the Oldham's turn here. I'll be interested. I'm assuming we're just going to see a Winter's Whale. Winter's Whale on the bottom of the deck again. Or the top of the deck.
It wants to be part of the pitch stack, okay?
Dude, it wants to be part of the...
about the second cycle.
Winter's Whale's like, I offer so much value. Bring me back. Late game, baby. It's my time to shine. It's Brucey's time to shine, baby.
Yeah, well, remember, Winter's Whale, you're just in play all the time. So
you just get to have value. You just are the embodiment of value.
Yeah.
And we see that Tome of Harvest that was used to fuse those Turn Timbers dropped for a naked Winter's Whale. No ice effect here. And the mystery freaking Arsenal card still staring us in the face. I have to know. I'm going to start shaking. Somebody call the guy at the Hyperloop squad and be like, what is the Arsenal card? Tell us. Tell us now.
Oh, that's so funny.
Tell us. I must know.
See, they don't know either, though. So
they know. It's a conspiracy.
Uh-huh.
By the way,
5 blue pummels, them with knowing cards they shouldn't know.
Hey, it's all about that value, baby. blocking there, keeping 3 cards. I think it's important to note that while this game is going on, we're talking about conspiracies, chat, and I want to take a second to talk to you guys about a Netflix special that dropped about a year ago. And it was called Seaspiracy, and it was all about the conspiracy of cleaning up the ocean and stuff like that. And I just want to point out, they called this special Seaspiracy, and conspiracy was just like right there for the taking. Like, why did you call it Seaspiracy? You could have just called it conspiracy. Ugh. The annoyance.
Also, don't watch it if you don't want to give up seafood for like ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's right. You heard it here first. We do not endorse the seas. We don't endorse the seas. Hometown TCG doesn't like oceans and plant life. Confirmed. Arsenal card goes away.
Like what was this card?
We're never gonna know
for so long.
Chat.
Was it like Pulse of Eisenloff, and he finally sees an Okanold, and he's like, I'm gonna put these together?
Oh my gosh, I have to know. What was the Arsenal card?
In like 20 minutes when we hit that second cycle, we'll know.
And he snapped it too. He snapped it to the bottom of the deck. No question asked.
The fact that it's Okanold pitched here makes me really think that it's Pulse of Eisenloft.
It's the Pulse of Eisenloft. That definitely makes sense. I could get behind that. And note, there was a pummel.
Ooh, no. Chat's got it right. It was a crack bobble.
If it was a crack bobble, that is a baller move from Team Hyperloops. As we notice here, as this game grinds on, Oldham's starting to pull away a little bit here. John definitely got to be waiting on his opportunity to start throwing some of these chain-dominant attacks. He pitched those pulses early. He pitched one. He used one. Pulse of Volthaven still in the deck. I'm sure he's waiting to get his hands on a pulse.
It's so funny because John has realized that he needs to switch to having a second cycle plan unless he's got a good hand to attack with. But the Oldham is still like on his own second cycle plan, and he hasn't realized that John has sort of like taken his foot off the gas and that he's actually allowed to send some of these huge glacials and other things if he wanted to be.
Well, it's not going to matter as we see a Starvo activation here. We see an Electrify pitch, and is this where that Okanold finally went? We see the blue Electrify pitch, and we're just throwing Break Ground, ladies and gentlemen. So Break Ground, and it's answered with another Fused Turn Timber. Turn Timber blocking,
yellow
Break
one.
Ground for 7,
So
taking
many
1.
D-reacts.
So many D-reacts, so many Turn Timbers here in this deck.
So
It
like
looks
maybe
like-
that's part of the reason why he's so comfortable staying on his second cycle plan. He's just like, I have just actually a billion D-reacts. So it
Right,
doesn't
playing
matter.
the million D-react pile, and it's gonna get, I mean, it's getting there right now. So far, so good. Leaking 1 damage here.
Probably also why he was so happy about, or like so freely used both red turn timber, because he's like, well, I still have staunches, yellow turn timbers, and like
Right.
whatever else is left.
Right. And we saw a blue staunch on the first Okanold, which is just
Right.
fantastic value.
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good value for sure. What are we gonna see
almost
pitched here?
I would have considered using the break ground ability here.
Trying to get it into the arsenal and throwing it from arsenal just to cycle it back into the deck.
Well, no, he could have, drawn a card if he doesn't like his card in arsenal, and then if he draws like a second break ground or something, he can try instead of just sending hammer.
He could have sent Break Ground.
Well, I mean, he could have sent another 3 attack, right? Because he can tuck the arsenal card with the break ground effect and draw a card, and then it's just like more options.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Well, he must be fond of his arsenal card. Winter's Whale, ladies and gentlemen, back in the deck.
Fine.
Count it. Every time Winter's Whale goes in the deck, I want to see someone count. I want to see the count in chat. What are we at right now? Someone in chat give me the count. Winter's Whale in the deck. Definitely, it just wants to be part of the pitch stack. Ian, you make a great point. The card just needs to be part of the pitch stack. It needs to feel involved.
It needs to understand that it already is, and that without it being in play, we can't actually pitch stack other cards, so...
So Winter's Whale, you need to be more conducive to the strategy and stay in play for us. Winter's Whale, you're supposed to be the homie. Stay in play. We have the naked Winter's Whale from the side of Oldham coming across the table. Winter's Whale,
the weird
no
thing
frostbite
is,
trigger.
If John takes too much damage from these naked Winter's Whales, he's in a position where, like, it doesn't matter how well or bad the Oldhim second stack is. If it's like halfway decent, he may just be low enough that like it causes problems.
Absolutely, and it's starting to get there. These Naked Winter's Whales, the efficient defense and the Naked Winter's Whales are blocking and chipping away. We block 2 with break ground here, taking 2, definitely mitigating damage. We're going to see a Starvo
Arsenal card if we're doing that. So
yes, and we're seeing a Starvo activation, and we have red Evergreen, and boom, here it is. This has got to be the break ground. I thought it was the Oak and Old. I was cheering. It's the break ground from Arsenal, and I know this is some
still fun.
9 Dominate go again. Some spicy tech here because it goes back on the bottom of your, or when it hits you. Oh wait, no, that's not the one that goes back on your bottom of your deck.
You're thinking of Evergreen.
I'm thinking of Evergreen. You are right. Blue Staunch Response pitch here to Yellow Staunch Response.
Oh my god.
Because
do we have Rainbow Turn Timber, Rainbow Staunch?
Rainbow Staunch, Rainbow Turn Timber, the defensive Oldhim deck in full swing right now.
Yeah, this is going to be gross.
Oh, this does not feel great. Winter's Whale coming. Sink Below Snap played to the Winter's Whale. Oldhim player on their game, seeing exactly what's going down. Do we have enough time to run this deck out of D-Reacts?
So much defense to get through. Like, think about how much block value in all these cards. Like, whew.
So much
block
last
value.
game
was grindy.
A Blue Weave Earth in this deck. The Oldhim Earth Defense React in full swing here. Blue Weave Earth in the deck to throw the, yet again, Naked Winter's Whale. Oh my goodness, what a play. Here comes the pitch. I gotta be honest with you, I don't love the pitch here to dig for with Crown. I much prefer the Tunic counter because I don't see a way where we don't still block with at least 1 card from hand.
We could just block with Shield and Crown and just do a 2 block, right?
Take
and say
2.
We're fine taking 2.
Fine taking 2 and say, how many more D-Reacts can you have? I dare ya. I double dog dare ya.
Also, it's a little less clear when to use Tunic as the Starvo player because you can have things like Crippling Crush, which Tunic can really help pay for. I think as Oldhim, it's pretty generally correct if your opponent is doing something threatening to always use Tunic to Crown, but...
Well, we're seeing definite 2 block here. What else do we see from hand? Did we find Pulse of Oldhaven? Block, Flash, block, all 4. 4 block there, staying at 17. End turn. Winter's Whale going to stay on the table. That count will stay at 3. Winter's Whale will remain a team player for now. Is this... Oh, pitching Crippling Crush and Frost Fang. Wow.
So I'm not sure that's a Starvo activation because I think it's a Blink Ice card, Crippling Crush Ice card, but I
think so too. I think you're correct. So Crippling Crush pitched to the bottom of the deck.
Well, no, that math could be changed, right? Because he put a card under with Crown, so that could be an Earth card. In which case it'd be like the Blink, the Ice card, an Earth card from Crown, and then we pitch the Crippling.
Definitely, but here's what we have to worry about. This is that pivotal moment. Oldhim looking with a 5-card hand, blocking 4/4, not going to have a counter, but keeping that 4-card hand, and with a low enough life total, could just be looking to get on the front foot. And we saw early Glacial Footsteps in droves.
Yeah,
maybe we're trying to
yellow, and blue glacials. Kind of scary.
And just out of nowhere, it's as if we saw it coming. Glacial Footsteps for 9. Dominate, dropped on the Starvo player's head. Oldhim saying, this is my time to be aggro, this is my game, and we saw it early, and we know we have a Polar Blast in Arsenal. Here comes that Glacial Footsteps. It's dominated, it's coming in for 9, we're only at 17. If you're Starvo, you gotta be worried about this.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, you have as much defensive power as any Guardian, right? It just depends on if you brought any reacts.
Goodness. This man just took 9, went down to 8, said, you know what? Bring it on. I don't mind. I'm taking 8 damage. Oh my goodness.
I can appreciate play like that.
The play like that, the K Jones, to just say, you know what? Let's do this. Starvo activation, face up on the table. Lots of blue, lots of pitch, lots of blink. Some stuff to do. But what are we going to do it with? I wonder if this pitch math means it is Crippling Crush. It's Evergreen.
Yeah, just Evergreen. I don't think we're to second cycle for either deck yet. So
taking 9 to Evergreen. There's the red Staunch Response, the rainbow Staunch Response deck in full swing right now. This feels like Starvo's on the back foot. This turn is not going to catch him up out of nowhere. Evergreen for 9, Dominate, not going to get it done. Staunch.
Yeah, this feels it's just so rough, but
being paid for. Staunch being paid for, taking 2. What is the card out? Oh no, is it? It's not. Pulse of Oldhaven in the arsenal.
Pulse Hammer for 8.
Pulse Hammer for 8.
I don't like this. I mean, it's fine to try and push the damage, but I think the Pulse is probably more valuable in the deck. Now, given you've been pitch stacking pretty well this whole time, so it's like, do you even need it?
Do you need it? But here it comes. You got to start pushing some damage through. We might have identified this as an opportunity to leak some damage, maybe get on the front foot. Again, this turn took all of the cojones, all of the K Jones, just to pull off. I say that because that is John Wood saying.
I think that's the real reason that you have
I think that's what it is.
Out.
You have to make it worthwhile.
Exactly.
Chat, yes, the K Jones comment was intentional, chat. I know what I'm doing behind this microphone. Contrary to popular belief, I am a YouTuber.
All right, so we got a little damage. We got the Frostbite. Oldham's definitely not doing anything on his turn, right? And that's important because we're at low life, so.
Is it, though? Or is Oldham saying you're at low enough life where I value throwing Hammer here more than I value Crown of Seeds? Nope.
Nah.
He does not.
Value Crown. Nah.
He does not.
Always value Crown. Now he's waiting here. He's giving an opportunity for John to crown if he wants, which is very good. You should always give your opponent priority.
And John, using that Tunic counter at this moment to crown, we saw Crippling Crush pitch earlier. We're getting pretty close to second cycle as we bulldoze all the dice in our deck. We're digging up an attack. Now is the time we have to see things like Crippling Crush coming back around.
Yeah, I think we need to have a really strong second cycle coming up soon, or we're in trouble for sure.
We are in trouble as we see, guys. The red lights are going off. The alarms are blazing. Team Ascent, we're in a little bit of trouble here. We gotta fight our way out of the mud. And John has a 5-card hand to do it with. 5 cards, no arsenal. Waiting to see if we have a Starvo activation.
Ooh, no activation.
No
a lightning card.
Starvo activation. 5-card
Maybe we've got a pummel
hand,
here. That'd be nice.
Winter's Wail.
We saw the one red pummel early. We could see another one here.
We could see another one here. We could also see the opportunity for a blink play.
Yeah,
blink
we
into
do
break
still have
ground.
blink in the list.
Blink into break ground into arsenal target. Not the worst play in the world. But man, at 8 life.
If it's Naked Winter's Wail, I think we're in a pretty bad spot. But if we either pummel or blink, we're doing okay.
I think we're doing okay, but there's Glacial Footsteps in this Oldham deck. And man, oh man, Oldham is debating. If I don't block here, I can probably go for lethal. This is the trap that a lot of people fall into, where you say, I can have lethal if I don't block. I think you got to block.
I think you do too, especially like John has all his equipment. He's got crown, he's got shield, he's going to have an arsenal. So he earth reacts.
Earth reacts. John goes to arsenal. Frostbite card. All right, we are in trouble, ladies and gentlemen. The alarms just got louder. Team Ascent alarms going off. What is this turn going to do?
See what happens now. We have all our armor. Ooh, just hammer. All right, we're happy. Have to pay 4 because of the frostbite.
Have to pay 4 from the frostbite. John is going to be looking through the graveyard right now, looking through that discard pile, desperately seeking how many pummels are you running?
Right. I mean, can't be that many with that many D-reacts in the deck, so.
How many copies? This deck only has space for so much stuff, but we've seen, I mean, the Glacial Footsteps in a deck like this with Dominate, where your opponent is super susceptible to pulling off of their plan and just kind of giving in to this fight, is a pretty cool piece of tech this Oldhim deck playing completely differently than the last Oldhim deck that we watched. So it's really cool to see
It's a
how many
different
ways.
style of aggression for sure.
100%. So many different ways to build these decks. You love to see it. Murph pointing out that Pummel is in fact greater than D-Reacts.
You know, generally those two will sort of battle each other.
I don't think they battle each other. I think it's just better in every way. And there it is, the copy of Pummel, yellow Pummel, being dropped on the dome of the poor unsuspecting Starvo victim. Now this will have
taking
this
3, and we're frostbitten.
Why are we frostbitten?
It's an icy hammer.
Wasn't Earth pitched for hammer?
If both were, because it costs 4.
Oh, that's what it was. Gotcha.
Yep. So there was a So Tomorrow and a blue Winter's Grasp.
Yep. So here comes that Frostbite. You hate to see it. We're probably just throwing hammer back here, and this is when it starts to be
John's unhappy about it. He picked it up and shook that Frostbite like, no.
Gosh darn you, Frostbite. Heaven's Claw pitch, as well as Winter's Grasp, maybe. Winter's Bite. To throw the Winter's Wail. The Winter's Wail, maybe the final Winter's Wail of the game.
Really
We're
depends
down.
on, what's in our opponent's hand.
Well, opponent.
It wasn't the Pulse, whatever that Mystery Arsenal card we're never going to learn about.
The Mystery Arsenal, maybe it was the other yellow Pummel, and he tucked it to hide it.
So we do double react here with Oldhim, which feels real good if we try and push lethal here, not giving the Arsenal.
Yep. Channel Lake Frigid drop. Nope. Into a Winter's Wail here.
All right. We're okay with this.
Winter's Wail, Channel Lake Frigid. Oh no. Starvo on the ropes. Backpedaling. Fists up. Trying to hold himself afloat for the game. Teams tied. Ascent and Hyperloops 1-1 as we sit right now. What an awesome display. What an awesome set of games. Winter's Wail coming in for 4. Channel Lake Frigid on the table. No Crown of Seeds anyway. So Rampart activation going to cost what you would pay for Rampart and Crown, unfortunately. And we're reaching for equipment for the first time. I don't know if that's the move, given the fact that... Go ahead.
I don't hate it. I think I would put a card down or pay for the shield as well. I don't think I would take any damage here, but...
Especially
obviously
knowing
John
there's Glacial
likes his
Footsteps
hand, so...
in that deck. He must love his hand. Tunic going up to 3. Frostbite on the table. We better see a Starvo activation here. We see a Starvo activation, but Channel Lake is out.
I think this is officially second cycle for both decks. Yeah.
We've officially entered second cycle, and here it comes.
6, 9. Which is exactly enough, right? Because it costs 9.
It costs, I believe, 7, and with Channel Lake, it costs 8.
And a Frostbite.
And Frostbite. It costs 9. And the yellow staunch response to answer.
Pitching blue staunch response.
Pitching blue and yellow turn timber to answer.
God.
The rainbow D-React Oldhim deck definitely getting there, shining right now like a diamond. Those D-Reacts looking spicy.
Yeah.
D-Reacts coming down.
Pretty nutty. We should see back-to-back activations here, though, from John. So,
if we can keep enough cards in hand.
We'll have to see what happens.
We'll have to see what happens, but I think we all have a feeling of what happens here, and it doesn't feel good.
Maybe hide underneath the deck, get pulled in. I think that's what they're trying to figure out right now.
Oh, do we have a D-React slide? So first, guys, Winter's Wail stopped at 3. Winter's Wail tried to sneak into that deck 3 times. Stopped it.
Yeah, they may just flip it over to check. Yeah. He checked the card.
Okay. Yep, that's the staunch response.
And then he shows his opponent. Yes, it is the blue staunch response I picked. We're good.
Yes. Yep, good. Everything on the up and up.
And then he's gonna double check the top card to see if it ended up on top. It didn't.
I'm confused.
Did he crown to get the other card in his hand?
I don't know how that worked. That seemed like
confusion.
I'm confused, but I'm sure I trust that both the players have it figured out, right? These guys know what's going on. This is not their first rodeo. Channel Lake Frigid down, but going to pop. Frostbite on the table. No chance of a pummel here, but will have an arsenal target. Pitching break ground for D-React on the Winter's Whale.
Shield plus a card to block.
Probably, I would assume so.
And then
Squeaky boys?
Hammer Arsenal.
Hammer Arsenal and pray we dodge Glacial Footsteps.
Yeah.
15-3. There's the block.
For 4.
Full block of the Winter's Whale.
Yeah, it's because the shield costs 2 there, so we only
Yep.
had 1 floating.
Winter's Whale staying on the battlefield this time. Winter's Whale joining the team. Realizing we need it on the battlefield. I'm
Good place
assuming.
for it to be.
Yes, we see a Winter's Whale thrown here. Unless, nope, we had a 2 block. That's why. So we see a non-icy hammer thrown because the Winter's Grasp was a 3 block and the Break Ground was a 2 block.
Yep.
And I'm assuming if opponent has found the early pitched Glacial Footsteps, opponent will be taking some damage here and looking to close this bad boy out. And maybe that's the problem with too many D-Reacts Oldhim. Maybe as we get closer and closer and get down to the close, we're going to struggle here. That's a possibility.
It'll take him a while to hit the wherever he's got the Oak and Old stacked.
Okay.
So it's either waiting for that or waiting for Glacial. I don't think he was particularly stacking the Glacials though, so
He might not have been stacking, but gosh darn it, if it
he was
isn't still a
definitely
big
stacking
attack.
the Oak and Olds. So
Yes. And there's a red staunch pitch going to the bottom.
To shield take 3 Ice React. Forces John not to have that Arsenal again, which is very relevant.
That's super relevant. It doesn't let Starvo dig and try to find his activation. And there is the Oak and Old, and here is the fusion. Oh.
No.
I thought this was the...
I thought for sure.
I thought this was the pulse.
But no, it's not. He doesn't have the pulse because he pitched that a couple turns ago.
So Oak and Old coming in for 7 here.
Seven's
Big
a
attack.
lot.
7's a lot.
I mean, we're just keeping Starvo on the back foot, right? Again.
Keeping
and again
Starvo
and
on the
again.
back foot. Yeah, well, over and over and over again. Ian, I've only heard from you and me. The rest of the guys in the chat, I know we're nervous. I know we don't like to see Starvo on the back foot when it's our Starvo, but how are you guys feeling? Do we think that there's a way for John to get out of this?
I think it's possible. It's just going to be hard.
100%. It's going to be difficult. Everyone else on pins and needles completely silent in the chat, trying to figure out how we get out of this Oak and Old play. Here comes a 2-block pitch.
Yeah.
Blocking, turning 2 block into block with Crown. I'm wondering if we're blocking with Rampart, 2 cards, and Arsenaling. I think John may have identified that the card numbers are in his favor, so he may be trying to get to the end of this game. The problem is those Glacial Footsteps are going to look to close this thing out.
Yeah.
If you wait on this too long, it will look to close this thing out. We saw them pitched early. Don't think they've come back around, but maybe I could be wrong. It's always different when you're behind the seat and in the game.
We also have the Macho Grandes that can help us in the game. We have so many dominate tools out of the Oldhim deck.
There are so many dominate tools as we see Macho Grande getting pitched. It doesn't feel like the long grind fest will favor the Starvo, but is this... Are we debating D-React here, or are we just debating what card
we must have a lot of 2 blocks in our hand?
Must have. Well, that's the problem with the high elemental build, right? And there goes the Iron Hide legs.
So.
We get to 7, we block the whole thing, but we lose some of our tools to get rid of that dominate threat, that threat that could end the game.
Yeah. But we finally arsenal a card. We've identified that hammering's bad because Ice React is a thing.
Ice React is a thing, yes. So we have arsenaled the card, but this looks like it's just going to be the close. And here it comes, the Glacial Footsteps we were talking about. Red Glacial coming down. That'll be 10 damage. Dominated
Are
10
we gonna
damage.
fuse? We haven't fused yet.
They
No
have-
fuse.
No fuse, 10 damage, not dominated.
All right. I mean, that's massive.
That's massive. You dump as many cards as you can. If you're the Starvo player, you live with the concept of pummel, and you dump as many cards as you can here to block this
that's the
attack.
other thing. It could just be ice card plus pummel, and you're just like, well, okay.
Well, if it was ice card plus pummel, they would have used the ice card, the ice blue to fuse
That's
either way.
true. That's true. So a
Yeah.
blue plus pummel, yeah.
Yeah, it could be any blue plus pummel. If you're the Starvo player here, you're blocking as much of this as you can.
Yeah.
Oh no,
so we're
use
gonna-
the tunic.
Yeah.
Use the tunic.
Well, I think you're paying into shield this turn, so it's like fine to not use tunic, but I probably
That's
tunic
true.
first.
That's true. That's fine.
Tunic first. See your options.
So we got 2 block, 8 damage still coming through. You must block all of this attack. Pummel is a menace, an absolute monster in the Guardian Mirrors. I'm assuming
100%.
we're asking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here's all the threats. 7, 8.
7, 8,
There's 10
9,
block.
10. So we blocked 10 and we died a pummel.
And we died a pummel. Hold on. Is there a D-React? I don't think there's any chance there's a free D-React in hand after looking at this list. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like game 3 goes to the Hyperloops, putting the Hyperloops up 2-1. Unless there's some weird response to this pummel I'm not seeing. I believe the players are just talking about the game. What a slog. We have seen Guardian games back to back. What a couple games here, guys. Great games.
That Oldham list was, I think, very tuned to beat another Guardian, but that's fine. That's the sort of the nature of the team league. That's just how it's going to work. You know, if he thinks he has a pretty zero chance of playing against a Prism, he gets to really warp how his list looks. So
100% as we see the players flip the table. Let's pop back over, guys. What a freaking game. We got to get John in here in the chat to chat with you guys.
I'm going to step away for just a second, so hopefully one of the other guys can step in and talk to him about that play.
All right, let's bring some of you guys in, guys. Ian stepping away. Thank you so much, Ian, for your time. What a freaking game, guys. What did you guys think watching that one all the way through to the end? Don't everyone all talk at once. All right, well, it looks like the guys might be having some connection issues. We got a couple of them here in chat, but it looks like we're not able to hear them at this moment, but that's all right. Guys, what a Guardian Mirror. We will be setting up for the next game. Hyperloops is up 2-1, so Ascent looking to make the comeback, looking to close this thing out strong. 2-1, Hyperloops needing 1 game to finish the finals and win the team league. Going to be close ones, going to be tight ones down the stretch here. You'll love to see it happen. You'll love to see these close games here. We got a couple people in chat. I see you guys. I am reaching out to John Wood right now, seeing if he's got the availability to hop in, chat with us, kind of talk about that game and what he was feeling. What a game, guys. What a game. That was a good one. I got to tell you, that was an impressive game. So as we wait here, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. If you're in the chat, if you've been on the channel, if you like what we do here, make sure you click the like button on this video. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. This is an absolute blast. This is so much fun. So Joe Dotry was washing dishes while playing, or while watching Flesh and Blood. Washing dishes while watching Flesh and Blood. That's a tongue twister. Man, we have been live for 2 hours and 50 minutes hanging out with you guys, bringing these finals, bringing the FaB Team League finals, and Hyperloops is showing out. They're playing a great game, but I know Ascent is a great team. They're going nowhere. They're not satisfied. They don't want second place. They want first. Down 2-1. They're going to claw their way back into this thing, and it is going to be a grind. I can't wait to see the next game. And let's see who's up next. Let's pop over to the FaB Competitive Team League and see where we're at. 1 second, guys. Let's see where we're at. Popping on over really quick.
And that's what they do.
Yeah.
Hey,
What's up,
guys.
Josh?
Good game, guys. Great game, you guys. I want to say well played all around. Are you guys... Do we know, is the next game started already? And you guys are live on YouTube, so don't say anything you don't want, the rest of the world to hear.
I have no idea, but
I think
let's see. The next game was
I thought it
supposed
was
to be
John playing next.
Is it?
Next John.
or it's Joe versus John. So Joe should have been casting just now. So I think he's probably in game room 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
well let's.
Yep. Game
I'll
room
pop over there. Let's see if we can find something. Great game, guys. Appreciate you guys so much.
And then,
well played, both players.
and then Josh, thanks. Are you gonna pop back in? Do you want me to pack back in the hometown TCG or in the team Ascent?
Yep.
Or what do you want me to pop?
Yeah,
back?
I'll pop back. I'm gonna pop back in hometown TCG here in a second.
Okay.
Good game, guys. I gotta figure out who's next.
All right, you do it.
Thank you.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Are we in game, guys, by chance?
One more time. Yeah.
Yes, we have started. I sent you the room name and password in the Discord.
Ah, very cool. Okay. Let me jump in with you guys. I'll get out of your guys' chat. Thank you so much for the heads up.
Yeah, no problem. Take it.
Good luck. Good luck, both players. Thanks, guys.
We'll wait.
Silent, I think they might be getting food or something. I didn't see anything like exceptionally wrong with your play.
Oh.
You tried to first cycle when you could. I thought the Oaken was fine. He just obviously knew what deck you were on. He had Rainbow Glacial, Rainbow Staunch, Rainbow.
Yeah. I was like, dude, it was funny. The first time he pulled out the Yellow Staunch, I'm like, all right, you're running through stuff as long as you're not running Yellow Staunch. And he's like, well, go to reactions. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, crap.
Yeah,
So
like
let's-
so it's really rough.
So let's talk
Josh,
about this,
you
guys.
heard-
We got Josh, we got Ian here. We are live on YouTube, and we are flipping over. We got the next game started because there is no waiting around here. We are looking. Oh, hold on. Let's get this.
Yeah,
Let's-
stream
let's-
that for both of us. We were just
let's-
talking about how the 18 D reacts in the Turn Timber Staunches just made that matchup really, really hard.
He had
Yeah.
lows too.
And the 3 sinks, yeah.
Yeah. I was just telling Ian that as we were going, it was like mid-game, and I was like, as long as you're not playing like Yellow Staunches, like I think I can be okay right here because you just ran through a bunch of reds and you pit it like, and then
Yeah.
he's like, all right, move to reactions, and he pulls out the Yellow Staunch.
So while we're setting up for this game, YouTube wants to know, man, how did that feel playing against Rainbow D-React Oldhim? Rainbow
that was
D-React Oldhim,
frustrating.
all of the D-Reacts coming out from every which way.
Super frustrating. I mean, I knew. So at the very beginning, I didn't see many Earth cards, so I couldn't pitch an Earth card, and I went for like the early turn kind of attacking with that, which I guess I should have pitched that in retrospect.
Yeah, but it's so hard to know, right?
It's
As
hard
soon
to-
as you see
especially that early.
the yellow staunch, then you know. But until then, you're like, well, you know.
And John, I'd like to point out that all through our relationship, viewers of Hometown TCG are super familiar with you, obviously, and they know that you have loved Oldhim and have had this deep love for Oldhim. And I told you, only complete, horrible, mean, jerky people play Oldhim because they like to watch people suffer. And man, it just looked like you were suffering. At every turn, there was just a D-react after D-react after D-react. How are you going to bounce back from this one?
I don't know if I'm ever bouncing back from this one. I think I may have to ride it off into the sunset.
This was the crippling defeat. I can guarantee you what, you'll never play Oldhim and put anybody else through that. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But while we set this up here, we do have the Prism Mirror going down.
Here we go.
John
I think
Rooks
this means that
on
I
Prism.
get the chain mirror.
Dude, that's gonna be sick.
Ladies and
All
gentlemen,
the Guardians paired and they're gone. The Prisms have paired, and then each of our like tier 2 deck that we decided to play They played each other in the Bolton and
Yeah.
Dash, so I think that's just how it's going to work out.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
so
we're here.
funny.
Start of the Prism Mirror going down, and we've got Herald of Protection red being thrown in. Guys, do you notice this Herald of Protection isn't even the promo Herald of Protection?
Oh God, they're slacking.
Like what a
Freaking
bunch of
joke.
slackers. This game is a joke, guys. FaB Competitive Team League, not a real thing. This is a not promo Herald of Protection on turn 1.
It's almost like we can't load the promos into the client.
Oh, if only someone was a programmer.
Well, it's not me, so.
What am I missing?
I'm not paying attention. Hang on.
Oh, okay. That cheeky line of text, ladies and gentlemen, whenever Phantasmal Footsteps defends a non-illusionist attack with 6 or more. I thought we were
Okay,
breaking
that's what you
Phantasmal
mean.
Footsteps
No,
first
yeah,
turn.
the boots don't
Okay.
break. Yeah,
I-
super sweet.
I have
How
not
bad would
played
that be?
I have not played the Illusionist Mirror nearly enough, but good gracious, I was nervous.
Yeah. Well, it looks like John gets to start off with one in his soul. It's John.
There's
and...
like 3 different battles that are going to be going on. There's going to be Soul Supremacy, Aura Supremacy, and Herald Beatdown.
Guys, this match is important, and as we know that
Yeah,
Team Ascent
Supremacy
is
sounds
down.
Sick.
It does sound sick. But Team Ascent is down 2-1 right now. They're down 1-2. They cannot lose this game. This could be for all the marbles. Soul
could be.
Supremacy might
I
be
won't
the most
lie, I had to
important
go get a
thing.
snack and make some tea because my match might actually matter.
Or it might not. Wartune Herald dropped turn 1 for 6. Probably not a ton of aura poppers in these respective builds.
No, because the other illusionist attacks don't pop them, right? So
The other
you
illusionist
get, like,
attacks don't
Command
pop
and
them.
Conquer and Celestial Cataclysm.
Yeah,
sure.
So
Yep.
we'll probably be seeing 6 each. Seems to be standard, unless someone tries to pull out the Raging Onslaught.
The
Ooh,
Raging
old
Onslaught
yellow tech.
Yeah.
There it is, Command and Conquer for the Aura Popper, but as we know, when you pop Wartune Herald, one's still floating. Yellow pitch for Herald of Erudition drop
go.
right
We
away.
have the second popper, otherwise, like, let's go.
Herald of
Yeah,
Erudition drop. Now
yeah.
remember, Phantasmal Footsteps is an option here as a block,
that's
as
only
well
one,
as
though,
Skullcap.
so-
But Skullcap as
Skullcap,
well can
yeah.
get us to 2, get that
Okay.
first counter on Skullcap. But first turn, Herald of Erudition, guys. This play is spicy. I like this play. Has anybody ever... Now, real talk. Has anybody ever had a Herald of Erudition hit? Back-to-back poppers. Command
Dude,
and
he
Conquer
had 'em.
dropped on both auras turn
Oh,
1.
honestly,
Wow.
I'm
I'm
thing is
John.
that-
I think I'm thrilled.
The good thing about it is, was it a blue Herald or Wartune Herald?
It was yellow.
It was
It
yellow.
was yellow. Well, either way, that means he wasted one on that. So now he
Right.
knows yeah, you have other stuff you can try to hopefully hit
So
Erudition
right,
late
he's got
game.
tempo now, but
And
they're
the
like,
pop,
oh my
we've
god.
gone 3 for 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're popping all the Heralds in this place. I said there was
We were
no
just
Herald
talking about how
poppers.
these are some
I
of the
lied.
old
Oh,
Heralds
it's
they have to
popping
do
in
it.
here now, baby.
I lied. There's only Herald poppers in all of these lists. It's just decks of generic 6s. It's popping off right now. What is happening? We're gonna see pound for pound. We're gonna see
Ooh, you don't want to pop this one though. This is the do not
Barraging
pop.
Metamorph a turn late after we missed with both the Herald poppers. We would have
I
loved to
know.
see this on turn 1. Miraging Metamorph.
Now, I don't think we could flash in an aura in response to this
Yeah, not
anyway,
enough
but
pitch
but
here.
it
He
well
has his
actually
shield from Soul.
yeah, shield from soul, yeah.
And
Oh,
Yeah.
Crown of Reflection.
yeah, we got Nick
True.
in here, the Prism expert, so I'll
True.
probably quiet down because I know nothing.
I should probably stop being so hype. We do have Nick in here. Nick, welcome back to the chat. All right, we are seeing a sync below version of Prism here. Opting to sync. So D-Reacts in the deck. Are both decks playing 60? 51, 54. Looks like both decks are playing 60 cards. Wow, this is going to be a grind. Sync below, possibly leaking through 3. John Rook's taking damage for his opponent because he's the homie.
Mhm.
I think they're debating making sure that that damage shouldn't have been taken. I don't believe Rooks has taken any damage. Prism on the left, I believe, has taken no damage. Moves to Arsenal.
Blocked first turn, and then he popped on second turn.
I think what actually was being debated there was, does he make a shield with his 2 floating?
Oh, okay.
Right.
There's not a ton of value there. There's not a lot of stuff to give go again. So maybe you hold on to that soul supremacy.
He's gotta hold on to the soul supremacy. Baby.
The soul supremacy. I like that we've come up with tech. Oh, hold on. Can we get a soul counter? It's 1-0. That's what matters. Let's go. Wartune Herald Blue.
He's probably flashing in an aura after this. So what's John thinking here?
He could also just have another Herald, right? Like
Soul Shield on the Wartune Herald.
Did he pitch a? Oh, see, this is what's wrong with you. I thought he pitched a blue. That's why.
No, pitched a yellow.
Never
but
mind.
Here comes our own Herald of Erudition and pop!
Yeah!
Celestial Cataclysm! Pop!
Nobody gets anything to hit this game. It's not allowed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this Prism game is a 12-year-old's birthday party where they're just a little too old for balloons and they're rage popping them all. What is going on?
Ooh, this is a great card in the mirror to get down early. Like
Haze bending down early.
So we got a 2 down to 2 down popper count, 1-0 shield count, 40 to 37 life, but who cares about that one?
Who cares about the life?
Edition each.
1-year edition. Oh, 1-year edition each is a good call. Red Wartune Herald. This card's such high value on Red Wartune Herald. Such a good card. Absolutely incredible. Wartune Herald coming down for 7 in the red variety. And it's the text on these Prism cards that say, if it hits, put it into Soul. And we talked about, this concept of soul supremacy. We're all memeing a little bit, but it is so important to not let your opponent get that far ahead in Soul. And we will see, look at this block. That is an all-out Herald block here. Blocking that Wartune Herald out. Oh my goodness, I did not see that coming.
Now this is something I don't understand about the Prism Mirror, because I'm like, I want to cast that red Herald of Protection, right?
And this is where I would also fail in the Prism Mirror, because I would do the same gosh darn thing. And you always have to keep, the problem is you always have to keep Herald of Erudition insurance lying around. Like, you have to.
It is very interesting doing the block. I think I would have held back just because that lets you play your Herald of Protection red, and assuming you have another yellow, you follow it up with another Herald of Protection yellow. And that's just so much damage you're hitting over with.
Great point. I mean, you love to see it, and then the Herald of Protection, if it hits, is such a big swing because it makes that soul shield, so it presents possibly 1 more damage on offense and 1 more life on defense. It's a huge swing.
I'm really wondering what's in his arsenal and his other 2 cards in his hand that he blocked like that.
I agree, and we've seen...
Luckily, there's no Crown of Seeds, so we actually get to see the answers to those questions.
We finally get to see the arsenal. John Wood, your opponent had a card in his arsenal for 40 turns, and Ian and I, gosh darn it, we couldn't figure out what it was. Opponent catches up on Soul Supremacy, Blue Herald of Triumph going into Soul, making a Spectral Shield right away, and probably going after this Haze Bending. Boop. Whoever made that sound effect, that was awesome.
I can be the official booper.
That was fantastic. That boop was on point. That boop was on point.
Oh man. All right.
Drawing up Spectral Shield, 2 in hand, 1 in arsenal. Now this is where it feels like you have to present some pressure, right? And all these Heralds having hit effects, you don't want to be on the back foot against the notion of a Herald Prism. It feels so bad. So what can we do here? Spectral Shields swinging in
that
for 1.
I think is true about the Prism Mirror is it can be very swingy. Depending on who can get the ball rolling. Fighting tempo back is really hard.
All right, well, here comes Spectral Shield for 1. Coming down, opponent has 1 Spectral Shield to absorb the Spectral Shield. This is some shield-on-shield cannibalization right here. One shield will eat the other.
Shield on shield violence.
We see John Rooks often hovering this Crown of Reflection.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly
Yeah, I
hovering
noticed
that
it
Crown
too.
of Reflection.
Just pass. Interesting.
And he passes.
Really?
So this is something interesting where
Phantasmaclasm.
you have to respect the fact that your opponent might have an aura to flash in, and by leaving a potential action point up.
So he didn't have an action point because he had no yellow to pitch.
Oh, right.
He must have been stuck with the 2 blues.
Yeah.
All right,
he has to block with an Erudition here too.
Phantasmaclasm.
So this is not the block. This is the reveal to the Phantasmaclasm trigger.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct.
And if
he's
you're
full blocking here.
If you're the opponent, are you leaving the Herald of Erudition and taking the War Tune, or are you throwing away the Erudition and letting him keep the War Tune? What are you letting him keep? What are you throwing away? I feel like you want to throw away the Erudition here. You want to get that out of your opponent's hand. You want to see your second one before they do. And it looks like that's what our opponent goes with. Throws away the Erudition, bins it to the bottom. Cards back in hand. We will draw up and possibly draw our very own Herald Popper. What was it?
He has flipped his Dreamweaver, so this does not have Phantasm.
Oh, he has flipped his Dreamweaver. I didn't even notice. Great call. The Dreamweaver flip, so no Phantasm on the Phantasmaclasm. Probably, is Phantasmaclasm the one you want to pop Dreamweavers on? Because you get a look at the hand, right? And you get a chance to dodge something like that?
Normally, you want to save that for your Eruditions just so they can't pop it. I think he's just trying to force the damage through.
Ah, okay. So here comes the damage. 9 damage. I mean, Phantasmaclasm is no joke. Oh, no. Alexa, play Oh, no.
I actually don't hate that block. Like, oh, well, that's
Oh no. Did he get the popper? No, he didn't.
So that is the reason why he used Dreamweavers here to guarantee it didn't get popped, so he can use Fractal.
It's all coming together. What a turn here, dropped by the Prism player. A fantastic turn. Genesis going to the bottom. Not flashed in response, by the way.
He can draw into a popper here, though.
Can draw into a popper. But man, oh man, the Fractal Replication tech looking spicy, looking terrifying. The Soul Supremacy might not matter.
To be really aggressive either in the mirror or against a Rune Blade.
Yes, it sure does. It's like they got our number, ladies and gentlemen. It's like they got our number. Fractal Replication down. New tech being spotted. Blocking 4 here, looking like we're taking 5.
Ouch.
Oh, Pierce Reality, no! Not like this. Pierce Reality, not a big deal out of Arsenal. Can throw something, make a shield, and pop it. Correct? War Tune Herald.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Well, we can't now. Only 1 float. Did we miss Tunic Trigger by chance?
Nope, we didn't.
No, he did it.
Okay. War Tune Herald, only 1 float here. You wonder, you think you got to go after that Pierce Reality, especially in a matchup like this. Buffing that first Illusionist attack action card can be huge. This card can be ridiculous when a lot of poppers have been gone through, and we've only seen 1 Herald of Erudition from the opponent. Imagine this card on the table with Herald of Erudition. Drop Pierce Reality, end turn. Their Pierce Reality stays. They get a look at it first. Do we find Herald of Erudition on the opponent's side of the board? What's it going to be? Dun 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 dun. Herald of Protection blue for 7. 7 Herald of Protection blue. Go again. This is what makes Pierce Reality just ridiculous. How good is this card? Guys, I'm feeling scared. I'm feeling like this is the back foot. I need someone to reassure me that this game is going okay.
So I don't think we've seen a single yellow aura pitched by our the Hyperloops player, have we?
I don't believe so. I believe we're on full Herald build.
Yeah, I'm seeing I'm assuming Heralds plus blue auras.
And I mean, this makes sense, right? He just saw both Guardians get played by our team, so he can say, cool, I don't have to play auras because those are actually bad into what's left available to them. Therefore, I will play a Herald deck.
Right. So taking 7 damage here down to 15, making Spectral Shield. This is terrifying. I'm terrified. I hope you're terrified. Hashtag not like this.
If he's taking the damage and letting him go to soul, that means he has a big turn to swing back with.
I'm with you. That's what I'm thinking. And that's what I'm hoping. And we're seeing some aura swings here, probably popping Pierce Reality. One at him, one at popping Pierce Reality. That makes sense to me. Arsenal go to pass. Tunic goes to 3. Tunic online in this deck, very important with blues and things like Genesis to be able to pitch, get that in play. But life total running low. Going to be hard to take damage to justify getting something like a Genesis in play. Yellow Herald of Protection pitch. And here comes a blue Herald of Protection. A popper here is not the worst because we do have Spring Tunic. I am assuming, I bet we see Tunic trigger, or Tunic here to pay for this popper, and I'm feeling a Herald of Erudition follow-up. I'm wrong. Prismatic Shield, making 3 Spectral Shields, hoping we pop the Pierce Reality here. Definitely hoping we pop the Pierce Reality here.
Yeah, it should be 2 into the opponent, one into the Pierce.
Yes.
Normally, yeah, you'd want to save that one back in case he drops a yellow aura, but he isn't. And I think Pierce Reality on the Herald plan's very important to get rid of.
Yes. All right. Guess what? I think we're deciding. Definitely players making sure they take all the time, get through all the decisions, figure out what they want to do. I don't know if we're deciding on offense or defense here yet. His opponent may be debating saving his shield. We know that there's D-Reacts in the deck. We saw the Sink Below early. Is there a chance we're just going Sink Below here? Did this deck go, I'm playing against Prism or Runeblade, D-Reacts and Heralds, let's do this? Here's the pitch. Sounds like a baseball player. All right, footsteps. Block snatch. Still 2 float. Pop
Yeah,
Pierce
he's trying
Reality.
to keep his board state because that shield is just a free attack every turn.
It is, and with the life totals being where it is, that could be important. Why do we create another shield? What I missed?
He spent his 2 and got rid of this card from Soul.
Got you. I was like, wait, what'd I miss? All right. John Rook's looking at his hand. Snatch for 4, hit, draw a card. No go again here. Interesting card to play in this deck. Very cool. Don't want to see something like a Razor Reflex here. How wild. Wild and crazy, guys. Phantasmal Footsteps, an option for block here with some leftover pitch. We do still have Soul Supremacy. As we discussed, the Soul Supremacy lives on. So the possibility to block, make Spectral Shield, keep 2 cards.
I mean, he should just block with 1 card and lose a shield. That's a full block. You go into your turn with 2 shields, 3 cards. Feels pretty good.
All right. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. The expert spitting facts. Here comes the block we were discussing. Herald of Protection blue, lose a shield. It's like you're in the man's head. What a call. What a call out. 2 shields, naked shield attack. I think it's safe to say we'll see a pitch here to create a spectral shield or plop down a yellow aura or something of that nature. Want to put the onus of decision on our opponent. There's the pitch. Now we're making spectral shield. We got go again. Second shield coming through. Pop with their own spectral shield. Third spectral shield on the table.
More spectral shield on spectral shield violence.
Shimmers. Shimmers drop. Shimmers interesting whenever you attack with an illusionist aura weapon, put a +1 counter on it, but opponent. Keeping a 4-card hand. Keeping all the gas in the world, as we've been live for 3 hours and 20 minutes just playing Flesh and Blood. This has been an awesome, insane stream. Herald of Protection red, and the popper coming down.
Go.
Command and Conquer, good
Actually
popper.
huge.
No pitch flow. Tunic counter. I was going to say no pitch floating.
I'm assuming he should. If he kept all 4, he should have a big aura or a big herald coming second as well.
Yeah, you'd
Yeah,
think
or-
you'd see like Erudition or something here. Or he
He
kept
hasn't
all
paid
4
for boots
because
yet. Is he playing an aura at instant speed?
we're not sure. This would be the first aura we've seen out of the deck.
Maybe his own prismatic shield.
His own his own copy of Prismatic Shield, building that shield supremacy, getting things going again. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're all confused, but the aura has gone to the graveyard. It has been popped. So I think is it safe to assume that Phantasmal Footsteps has not been paid for?
Currently,
not
it
sure.
is not.
Currently it has
He
not.
only has the yellow there, and then his tunic counter's still live, so he hasn't spent the.
All right. Well, again, you talked about the swinginess of these matchups. It is 30 to 14, but it feels like at any moment either one of these decks could pop off. I believe we're still debating. Oh, there's tunic counter removal. Pitch a snatch to Herald of Triumph. I'm confused.
Yeah, he has to pay for his boots.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay, so
so paying
One
for
to pay
boots.
for the boots.
Yep,
Uh-huh,
and then
uh-huh.
throwing snatch here.
Sure.
Yeah,
At Shimmers.
at Shimmers,
looks like.
popping Shimmers. You don't want to get that value engine going. That makes
No.
sense. But John, able to keep a larger hand here, tick Tunic up to 2, and see what we can do with 3 cards, 3 shields, first Spectral Shield coming in. Opponent is saying, I've seen this trick before. Merciful Retribution, shield number 2, shield number 3, and Merciful coming through. The ping damage completely online here.
It's so reminds me very much of the Dash game we had at the beginning of the day, right? We're symboling our army, our armada of forces.
Yes, we are putting together our DM armada. I hear you.
I'm pretty sure John Rooks is established that he knows he is also not on yellow auras at all. since
Yes.
that's
Otherwise,
the
he would
last
not
one.
have attacked with the merciful, right? That's the
Right.
tell.
Yes, you would have
That
held.
erudition feels really bad here too. You're staring down 3 shields. It's not hitting.
But unless you have second
Ooh.
Erudition in hand and you're going back to
Or-
back.
Or do we run yellow pummel because we
Oh
knew we
my.
were going to be an aggressive list?
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, if we get the
Pummel is king.
third pummel supremacy, we have shield supremacy, we have soul supremacy, we have life total supremacy, and if we have pummel supremacy in this game is the most supreme of supreme conflicts.
All I'll say is, if we do have the pummel here, these games have been great today. And,
These games have
what an
been
awesome day of
fantastic.
Flesh and Blood.
What an awesome day of pummels. Ian, you and me have just been soaking up the just the awesomeness that is pummel Flesh and Blood today.
And I think that's exactly what John is sitting here going, does he have the pummel here?
Right,
sure-
and he's like, and he knows I've spent 2 soul shields, so like, what do I do?
All right.
Coalescing Mirage.
Coalescing
Right.
Mirage.
Yeah.
Fractal Replication. You hate to see it. This card doing work in this Prism Mirror. Insane. Fractal Replication coming down with all the abilities of Herald of Erudition. 1 shield still remaining. We can block this, right? We can pay for Phantasmal Footsteps, throw a card from hand, and we can block this attack. The question is this enough of a tempo swing where this specific turn won't matter? Pairing these Fractal Replications with these powerful Prism attacks has just been ridiculous. Absolutely insane. This card doing work in this matchup.
We just still have all our armor, so it's like not the end of the world, right?
It's not the end of the world, but gosh darn it, if it isn't feeling, a little dark in here. It's feeling a little dusky.
I won't count John out till he's dead.
I won't either, because I am admittedly a Team Ascent fanboy, for good reason. So I won't either.
Aren't we all?
Yes, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous.
Yeah, it's okay to be nervous. Just you're not me. You're not in the hot seat if John wins,
Well, I would love that. That's what's called hashtag content.
Whew.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And it looks like we're pitching to make a Spectral Shield. Oh, we're blue Prismatic Shield. We have our own response. John just splattering the board with shields. Look at this. Just laying them down.
Play, it's pretty sweet. So we made too many shields. We're gonna clear those.
And I think we lost Merciful somewhere.
We got it back.
Well, but those shields that popped, did we do merciful damage for all those shields that popped?
We did. He started at 26.
Yep. Okay. I'm pulling up right now. I'm trying to find the Hyperloops to find their live stream. Are they still live?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, this is actually for 6 because good call out by chat. This Fractal Replication is also copying the blocked cards on the combat chain.
Oh, that's right. It is coming in for 6.
Yep.
Wow, this card in the mirror doing work. Fractal Replication, early case for MVP here.
Yeah, excellent call out by the chat there. Totally forgot that is text on the card.
To today's game in the Flesh and Blood.
Are these guys? I'm trying to see if they're still live.
And we hope to see you all soon.
They are.
They should be.
I'm not seeing it. Oh, live now. Hold on.
The greatest base power
there it is.
amongst Illusionist attack action cards.
Wow. What a game. This is a wild one, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I found them. I wanted to give them a shout out and say that they were live. What a freaking game right here.
Yep, we get to very importantly pop that blue aura as well. So
yes. All right. Here comes the passing or miraging metamorph. Great card. Again, great card in this matchup. Create a copy of an aura that you control, but there is not one on the field right now.
I haven't seen any yellow auras, so how threatening is it really, right?
I think it's a 1 for 7, if I had to guess.
I think that's what it is.
Third copy of
there is our
Soul
third
Shield.
Soul Shield.
Love
That's
it.
all Soul Shields down. You do not want to see something like
Can't
a Herald
pummel
of
this.
Erudition. Yes, you cannot pummel this. There will be no pummeling. No pummeling allowed.
Razor. No.
No.
I do 100% agree, Ethan. I think John is in a good position here. But this is going to be very swingy just because his opponent is on Heralds versus Auras.
Yeah. Certainly better board state for John. It's just, does he have enough? Oh, the popper. Let's go.
The popper. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another Command and Conquer. These auras are getting popped left and right. The game inches closer. Oh my goodness, the popper is insane.
Yeah, having
All right,
having the
gents.
cards in Soul and the extra shields and the Merciful in play, like, you just
Yep.
need to keep that ball rolling.
So, how many boops did I miss while I was gone?
Quite a
Like
bit.
one.
You were supposed to be the booper. You let us down so hard. Like,
All right,
what
catch
is
up
going
now.
on?
Let's say like 10 boops.
Oh, there's been way more shields.
Nice.
That was 10. Play it back.
This is why you guys come here, is for the boop content. So Miraging Metamorph, I think this is this the third copy of Miraging Metamorph being dropped by our opponent as just
Who can
a
say?
1-for-7.
I'm doing a terrible job of
I
paying
believe this
attention,
was
I'll
the
be honest.
second copy.
You sure?
I'm gonna believe him.
I know
Alright.
we've seen all three Phantasmicalisms. I know
We've
he's
seen
pitched
two
one.
Miraging,
seen
two Fractals,
two
two
Miraging and
Erudition.
two Fractals and two Eruditions,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
All right. Well, we are deep in the throes of the game. 7 coming through. You cannot tell me that John is like, you just do it.
He's like,
Taking
dang all these.
5 said, nope, I don't care about my soul shields. Get them out of here. Herald
Nope,
of your
too bad.
edition.
Oh,
number
the third
3.
copy.
There
All
it
right, Celestial
is.
Cataclysm. Come on.
Come on. Herald of your edition, the third copy. Not enough. Well, there is enough block on the table if we use Phantasmal Footsteps and Findel's Spring Tunic. There is enough block currently available. No
Using
soul
Tunic,
shields.
though.
But you can't let this hit. You know opponent is running heavy heralds. They're going to draw another herald. They're going to go again, and they're going to slap your face.
Yeah, this hitting is, and with the Arsenal card, you're looking at anywhere from 6 to 10 damage.
And if that Arsenal card is a copy of Fractal Replication,
Oh my god, if it's Fractal, just
ladies
like, okay.
and gentlemen,
All right.
we could be looking at an absolute blowout. We cannot see a copy of Fractal Replication come through here. We got to figure out the block. Blocking Coalescing Mirage. Oh no, possibly buffing the
wait.
Fractal Replication.
Oh no.
Prismatic Shield.
Okay.
Red Prismatic Shield number
Okay.
3 coming through. Is there a pummel in Arsenal? Pummel in 2 blue pitch, 2 pitch going away. Oh,
No.
waiting on
Nope,
pins and
we're-
needles.
His passing turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hold on.
All right, so that's the third Erudition. You're feeling good now.
You're feeling real good.
That last Phantasmaclasm got sent to the bottom, so you have one more Miraging to worry about for the Fractal.
We do have the yellow.
He does
Let's
have
go.
a yellow. Nice.
3 more. Okay.
All right, coming through. The game starts to even up, but the opponent being on this many cards in hand is just nerve-wracking.
It's scary, isn't it?
It's so
I'm
scary.
dying over here.
The Celestial Cataclysm pitch.
He's pitching it.
Pitch in the
knows-
Celestial.
he knows
Yeah, I
this
mean, you
and
can't
we're
do
on
anything
auras.
with it.
Yeah, right.
I
Like,
mean,
what's he gonna-
technically, we are ahead by 3 life by 1 life at the moment. It's 9 to 8.
Don't tell me the
Red
odds.
Shields.
Never tell me the
Red
odds,
Herald.
kid. Herald of Protection yellow coming
Oh,
through.
that
We're
is
out
yellow?
of reds. We're out of red soul shields to save our behind. Is it yellow? Yeah, it's yellow.
Okay. Whew.
Blue pitch. Herald of Rebirth.
Oh, we gotta block that
Yellow
because it puts
Rebirth.
their edition on top of our deck.
Yes. You must block this card.
Well, we have 3 shields, so that's gonna help a lot.
Yeah.
You must block this card.
I'm hoping as a 3 block and a yellow, because then that's you just the yellow and start rebuilding.
Right? You.
The other
blue
option is
block,
you give them your
lose the
whole hand.
shields. Yeah.
There's
You give them your
twos.
whole hand here, keeping board state for next turn.
Yeah, but
That's fine
that,
too.
and that
Yeah.
card in Arsenal very well could be a D-React. Remember, we saw the early Sink Below from this Prism deck. So
And
it
it has
could
been
be,
there for a while, yeah.
and it has been there for a while. So we could be playing 4-card hand versus 4-card hand.
Actually, that's a great call. It probably is Sync Below because he probably would have played whatever it was by now if it were like a power card, right?
Yeah, we
sure-
haven't seen a second sync pitched either by this point, which we should have.
And I think John Rooks is probably making the same evaluation that we are and saying ping damage with Heralds is just more valuable than throwing and letting them clear up that Arsenal target.
Yeah, I
Chat's
think blocking with
convinced
both
it's another
cards.
Yeah,
Yep.
definitely.
Yeah, as I said, I would block with both.
Ladies
Just
and
'cause
gentlemen, go ahead.
I was say you're still advancing your board state by those 3 shields.
Right. Yeah,
Right.
keeping the shields is so valuable here. It's got to be a Sync. He keeps looking at it every time John attacks
he
him.
hovers it on the attack.
Yeah.
It is. Now Chad is convinced it's a pummel. Chad is 100%, and Chad, I'm with you. I'm here for the pummel supremacy.
Nah,
Forget these Ascent clowns. They don't know what they're talking about. This is ridiculous. Oh my god. Imagine if that does end up being a pummel to like close the game out.
And that's what he has to worry about, because right now it's technically 9 to 8, and if he takes this, he goes to 7, and that shield takes him to technically 6. So every time he takes damage, he's just securing his death. And I think that's what John's pushing
so
for.
big here.
Merciful is so big here.
How many
Passing
cards do we still
Mirage
have
block.
in Arsenal there or in Soul for John?
I think just one.
I
It's just the
believe just
one, right?
one. I believe it's
that-
just the one.
That block's pretty huge here, unless he's got like 2 1-cost heralds. Oh, he doesn't.
No go
Herald-
again, but it
Yeah,
is
Herald of
it is
Protection,
a
no
Herald
go
of
again.
Protection.
And the popper,
Ooh,
the popper
no,
coming
don't.
through right
Now
here.
here's the issue: is
Yeah,
he's
you give him
popping
his
that and
action
giving
point
him his
by
action
popping.
point back.
Oh no!
But he will only have 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal, and we already know
No
the
card in
the
soul.
The Arsenal is Sync Below.
the
yeah.
arsenal sinks. So
Yeah, so
I don't know. He just
matter giving it to
he just reached for it.
He's expecting a bubble. That's why.
Okay, so he's like, I pay to get an action point. I go back to having an action point. I continue my turn, and John's like, that's dumb. And he passes. Let's go.
yeah.
Let's go.
Whew.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, what a tense mirror this has been. He started off so rough for us.
It started so crazy. It was 30-14. It's slowly been brought back. Herald and Aura Supremacy battling
And this
back and
is-
forth.
This is what the Ascent Aura Prismless does. I mean, we can go all the way back to Critical
Yeah.
to Michael in the finals of that Pro Quest where he was down so much life and he just gets his auras out and then he's like, okay, I've assembled the board state.
Correct. That's
feel
what
this-
you're trying to do. You give up the life just to get that board state going.
I feel the same way, guys. I watched that. I cast that finals, and I was going insane. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was over. I should have never doubted the Ascent Prism list. I apologize.
Old Critical's tome of knowledge.
Yes, the fabled Critical's Infinite Tome of Knowledge. Critical, the player who did win that Pro Quest on Prism, and then gave Mo Bogsley the document. Behest the document you may have. All right, going in with Merciful here, I wonder if we're going to spend that last card in Soul to build an aura and say, you know what?
I think he's going pitch. Oh.
Ode to Wrath.
Yep,
Ooh,
In
No
response,
yellow.
after no blocks
With-
declared. So this is 2
Yeah,
life.
that's good. That's good. Unfortunately,
Now,
no yellow.
So we have seen 2 mercifuls from John. One was pitched earlier. This is the second one, or he has the second one in play. So if we can find that third one, that is game, as Mo has said.
But this is
Unless he
a
pitches
problem.
this for the soul shield as well, right?
yeah, so the Merciful will affect the arcane damage. So
I am
or
interested.
the
If this
ode,
last,
the ode will affect the
Ode
arcane
will affect-
damage. as
yeah,
if
that's
this
nasty.
last card is a yellow, you can still make a shield, have go again, have Ode to Wrath down, and go to town.
Yep.
We are
No!
moving to Arsenal.
All right.
Oh, so close. Get that Arsenal card. Draw
That's
up.
right.
Okay,
Opponent
we're
Prism.
symboling
Versatile combo
Voltron.
on the field is just rough.
I
Opponent
mean, we have
Prism.
6 damage sitting on the shields. 8 damage if he makes 1.
Mhm.
Because we have no way to prevent, other than pitching a blue to prevent 1.
Yes. But that is not online yet. It's important to note that that skull cap is not online yet.
I'm gonna make the call that he just arsenaled his last merciful.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
That would be
Oh,
wild.
That would be sweet.
What a play, guys. This matchup is spicy. Miraging Metamorph, the last one, 7 attack. I think not coming at the Merciful Retribution. I think we're blocking as much as we can here.
I'm going to say no based on those blocks.
No, correct.
Right.
Blocking
Taking
6,
correct, yeah.
throwing a possible
take 1,
2.
deal 2 damage to you?
Yeah, take 1, deal 2.
Now, I'm shocked
bad
when he
trade.
played the Ode, his opponent did D-react from Arsenal to prevent the 2.
That is
Right.
what I'm thinking. If that card really is D-react, this is the most disciplined opponent we've ever seen to hold it for this long. And now
Well,
opponent
Joe's real
has to-
good, so
Opponent
Would put it
has to
past
go
him.
after Merciful. You would think they've got to go after Merciful somewhere on this combat chain.
He's got no soul supremacy though.
He's got, even if you're throwing a Herald, I think you have to get rid of Merciful here. But
Ooh,
Joe
that's
knows
the
better than
debate,
I do.
think. That's the debate.
Oh,
Now we're going face.
Going face. Herald of Protection
Because if it
for
hits, you
5,
get the shield, right? And then you can
and
make
then
a
you
shield.
can pop. Yeah, you can get the shield, you can make a shield, and then you can pop Merciful.
Right.
Yeah.
One card from hand, assuming he has a 3 block. Mind you, now he might not because he has so many auras. Is a full block with 2 shields, and that's 4 damage you're taking back.
Unless that last card down there, like you theorized,
Does
is
empty his
Merciful.
hand.
If it was merciful, he would have
would've
windmill
played it
slammed it
already.
and won. And
Yeah.
you take the hit there and you kill him.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're like block for 3. Before I take 4 damage, flash and merciful, you die.
Blocking
So
3.
full blocking
three.
with tunic.
Yep. 4 or 5 with the shield, so full block it.
Take 4.
And then prevent the arcane with Skullcap.
And
Shouldn't
the
there
2
be one
floating.
more
Tunic and the 2
shield?
floating. Yep.
He should take 2 more.
So yeah,
Oh,
he
he
definitely
prevented-
prevented.
He can't
One
prevent
of
the
it.
arcane because he has to pay 3. Did he have 3 available?
He did
Yeah.
have 3 available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Herald of Protection red coming down, but the popper in response.
Oh.
Now the popper actually deals 2 damage, and it goes to soul because of merciful.
Yep.
Yeah, which is cool.
So that is 2
Not
damage
bad.
for popping it.
2
Not a bad
damage
trade.
going to 3. Going to
Okay.
soul.
Okay.
These cards going to matter here. What a freaking game.
Woo,
Going
what a tight
back
game.
and forth.
What-
Whoa.
Ugh. Oh.
The back of that card was interesting looking. Gosh, this would be an awesome spot to have that a red prismatic shield. Too bad we used them all.
Right? You probably used him to stay alive. Dang.
Yeah. Wartune Herald Red coming down for 7 at face.
Mhm.
Attacking the face. Attack the face. Face is the place. Are we at 9 or 6?
We are at 9. We are at 9.
Okay. Base is the place. You don't want this to hit, though, because the ability to go to soul, make a spectral shield, and then finally pop our merciful is
Yeah.
not something we're after. We
Yeah, but it's
want
for 7.
you want to. I think you
Oof,
want to block
seven's
this
rough.
attack.
I'm just saying it's going to be hard to block.
But if you 2 cards, pitch blue, make spectral shield, and
Yeah,
block
make a
with phantasmal
shield, use
footsteps.
boots, and then
Yeah.
You can only block what 4 on their next attack. Assuming he has a
Yeah.
follow up.
Looking to
we're
block
gonna
6.
take 1.
So he's taking 1 here unless he makes a
Nope,
shield. Yep.
Make the shield.
Okay.
Make shield.
Smart.
Assume-
Try and deal 2 damage
Yep.
back.
Yep. And now that means opponent cannot attack merciful.
He can if he pays the fee,
Yeah, if
but-
he's got a
Right.
yellow, he's got 1 floating, right? So he can prevent with Skullcap.
Ah. This Prismir What a freaking grind. Going
Oh,
to
he takes
1.
It. He takes it.
Ooh.
Fractal replication.
If I'm John, 100% snap take.
Snap
if he has a
take.
yellow in his hand.
If
If
he's
he's
got
a
a
yellow
yellow,
in hand, you take
Yeah.
this.
snap take. Agreed.
Ooh.
1 float, no way to make a soul shield.
He won't be able to play cards
way
for
to pummel.
advantage if this hits.
He what?
I'm memeing about the fact
Yeah,
that
yeah,
he's
yeah,
the
yeah.
Herald of Judgment text.
This is where,
Oh,
right.
guys, we want to be in the team's head and be like, John.
Oh.
He
Take
wants
it.
to.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
If he has a yellow, he's able to swing for 3. And his opponent has to block, of course, block each one of those.
He can block. He can block.
It does
get
go
one
to
part of his
soul
hand.
because it gains the text of everything else.
That is correct.
Yeah, it gains all of the text. That's the
So
longest card in
He
Flesh and
pitch a
Blood.
yellow
If he's
for a
got a-
shield.
He could pitch
Gives-
a blue for a shield and do Phantasmal. Block 2 of them.
Now,
right?
is John gonna see? The problem is that is John gonna see he can technically crack Ode, crack Crown, destroying Ode to deal the 1 arcane damage.
Oh my.
That would be insane. Yep.
So here's a yellow, so he gets to
Here's-
do all 3
He
attacks.
does.
All
And
3
then he
attacks.
can. Let's see if he does it. He can crack his shield or crack. I would personally
Costs
crack
1,
Ode.
right? So he can't. Or
No.
no,
No,
it
it
doesn't.
costs 0.
No, it doesn't.
Costs
Oh
0.
my god.
Oh my
Correct.
god, the line.
And if
Guys,
he
the
cracks
line.
shield, yeah.
Mo Boxley saying the line. Mo Boxley giving us the line too. Ladies and gentlemen, the line is on the line. I don't know what else to say.
Now, if that is this fabled Sink Below, but I don't know what this card in Arsenal is. It's killing me.
He's
If
hovering.
if you're John, you don't do this now. Right?
It can only be done on your turn.
What?
But the big thing is that if he does it,
Wait, why can it only be done on your turn? It's an instant.
because Crown is only during your turn.
No,
Only during your action phase.
It's the very last line of text.
Wait, what? That's horrible.
So the issue though is if he does it and his opponent has
And
a
his opponent
blue,
has a blue. That's why I'm saying I
Yeah.
don't think you do it here.
it feels bad.
God.
Yeah.
If only we could have gone to 1.
Yes.
know,
oh
right?
my
But then
gosh, if we
Soul
could have
Cap
gone to
wasn't on.
1. What a freaking game this is. This
Now
is
the
a
other thing
game.
though is that if he attacks John and John is able to go to 1 from the
You-
attack,
And
Yeah.
come back to
the
his turn
spectral
with
shield.
Thor in
No, the
play.
spectral shield kills his opponent. He goes to 1, and then the spectral shield deals the damage back.
Yeah.
Oh, because there is a spectral shield. So there is lethal on the board. The problem with John's deck, though, is there's a lot of auras.
Right.
Yeah.
So tense.
So tense. What are we doing?
Oh, it's
It's-
from hand.
It's not a Sink Below in Arsenal.
Man.
What is it? Is it a Soul Shield?
All right, after this game, you just got to change your color and go and flip that card for us.
Real quick. Just go
Just
in.
real
Before
quick.
they leave, just
I would have messaged and be
All
like,
right,
you
we
will
didn't
tell
crack
us.
it to get cards out of hand, so we're passing turn. Woo.
I don't think you crack it to get cards out of hand. You have that spectral
Right,
shield
'cause it's
sitting on
sitting
the
there
table.
anyway.
It's sitting there as lethal. Wartune Herald at face. 4/6. Just
Fucking
kidding.
So hard.
Wartune
The red
Herald
one,
for
though.
block 3.
One
I wonder
floating.
what's in his hand.
Yeah.
So you know he can. You know he can block an arcane.
Now the red one's even better.
Yeah, but you want to make him block.
Let's see it. Let's see a 3 and a 2 block from John. You win.
Yeah. Because he wants to take 1 and lose a shield.
There's
There
a
it is.
3 and a 2
3 and a
block.
2. Unless it's a pummel.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
If
God.
that's the
Holding
pummel.
in
If
Arsenal
the slow
for
play.
15 turns.
If the slow play was this long, guys, I can't. I'm so. My heart. Be still. Don't you
Oh,
hover that
he
Arsenal
keeps
card.
hovering. He keeps hovering.
Don't you hover that Arsenal
Can't
card.
do it.
You turn that Arsenal card off right now. Oh man, guys, this is too tense. if this is a pummel, the brain on this pummel is gigantic. It's huge.
Well, can he make a shield here to survive?
Yeah, you can't pummel War
Yes, you
Tune. You're
can.
right. But you're ruining our
He
fun.
could actually make a shield to survive.
Yeah, yeah. So he's just thinking that he has to make a shield so that
But that just means we go to John's turn. John cracks his crown during his action phase. The guy has
opponent
zero
dies.
AB and 0 shields.
Yeah, in response to trigger, make a spectral.
Right, but now we
Take it on
both
the
at one.
spectral.
No AB. Crack the
Correct.
shield. Crack the shield. Crack the shield.
The shield.
The crown.
Crack it. Yeah, that's the one.
That hit. Oh, he did get a card to soul because that hit.
Right.
Oh.
Ooh, game's so tricky.
So
Oh, game
as
is-
long as
We have to
there's
deal
nothing in
two
John's-
arcane somehow.
Yeah.
Oh,
No cards in soul either.
I know.
So if John has a yellow in hand, he can attack with. Okay, I would attack with Ode.
Wow.
You
He
attack
doesn't
with
even need a
Ode.
yellow because Ode gives everything go again.
Your illusionist action cards, I believe, isn't it?
Yeah, your attack.
Losing
action.
attack action cards.
So
that
what
code.
you do here is you attack with Ode. During combat resolution, you crown to put it to soul. Because Merciful puts it to soul to deal a damage he has to resolve. You pitch a yellow to create a shield, giving it go again.
That's sweet.
Oh my god.
That gives him a
That was
couple
the
extra
line.
attacks, and he has to deal then with an arcane damage from the Ode
Yeah.
coming as well.
That's nasty.
Pitching to block with boots. Pitching the blue, blocking with boots.
What's in John's hand? What is he?
I don't know
I
what's
don't
in
know.
John's hand, but it's terrifying.
Nothing.
Nope,
he
we are Arsenal with
Goes to Arsenal. Oh
Whoa.
no. This feels bad.
Make a
Okay.
shield by
Make-
opponent.
Should we walk through that sequencing on here? He attacks with Merciful, and then in response
No, you.
to it,
So if you attack with Merciful, he can do it, but you're losing the attack off of Ode.
Oh, it's the Phantasmaclasm.
Phantasmaclasm!
or attacks with
Oh,
no!
no.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no! We
Oh,
gotta draw
no.
a popper.
We have to draw exactly Popper.
Oh,
Ladies
this
and
game was
gentlemen.
so close.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it.
Oh,
No.
GG.
oh, come on. That was he had the play
Oh.
last turn.
I know he just didn't
Great
see it. It's
game.
okay.
Didn't see the line.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a game. Let's
Oh,
what a
walk through that
close
really
game.
quick.
Yep, and his opponent also just
Joe
said in
just
response.
showed him the line.
Well, no, he also just said in response to me
So you do
making the
Ode.
shield, you crack the crown to deal me an arcane damage before shield comes in.
Right.
Because his opponent made a
Oh,
shield at the
yeah.
end of his main phase.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that was the second point where he could have done it.
Oh shit.
Well, guys, what an awesome game. Holy smokes. That was crazy. I can't believe that game
God, we
ended
had some good
1.
Flesh and Blood today.
We've had some insanely good Flesh and Blood. What a game. What a freaking game. Shout out
I'm
both
outta here.
teams. Ian, are you got next, right?
Yes, sir. I'll let you
All
know
right.
once the room is made.
We got one more game for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out Hyperloops. That was such a fun game. Awesome content. Awesome game. Well played all around by both teams. It's cool to see these players sharing tech that they could have used to try to close this game out. Holy moly. The FaB Team League has been insane. Just nutty. Whew. I gotta take a breather. Like,
yeah, that's one that stresses you to the end.
dude, that one
We were
stresses
talking
you
about
out.
how swingy it can be, and it really felt that way. I mean,
Oh,
Joe
it
came out
was-
with a huge early lead, and then it felt like, oh, John was going to get this back, like he had the board state, and it's just so tight to the end in these games.
Just couldn't close it out. Max, it was a soul shield in Arsenal. The Arsenal card, Max, was a soul shield. Was the Arsenal
Okay.
target there. And John, you're totally right. This is just insane. Oh,
Dude.
God, I'm out of breath from being so excited about that game. What an absolute grind that was. That was cool to watch. All right, we got one last game.
So we're thinking it's probably chain v chain, right?
Yes, we're thinking chain v chain. We're thinking the chain mirror, but we're not quite sure how that's going to go. But this does mean, I think officially, Hyperloops will finish as the winner of the FaB Competitive Team League. So shout out to them. Great series played, but we're not done yet. We got to get our little chain-on-chain revenge. We got to get some chain-on-chain vengeance. John, what do you think about this chain-on-chain game?
Well, Ian is... Which John? Because I think we got
is other.
John
Hold
tuning
on,
in.
before John Wood, I don't want to hear from you. John Rooks, welcome back to the chat. What
Good
a game,
John.
What a game!
Yeah,
We were going crazy.
I had it. He misplayed, and then I didn't see it.
You had 2 lines there at the end.
Yeah,
The
we
one
saw
he
it too.
showed, and then you also had the attack with Ode, and after he blocks it, you can crown to kill your Ode for 1 arcane, and then since you had a yellow in hand, pitch and make a shield to give it go again and swing a couple more times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely
that's tough
100%.
sequencing.
I just didn't even consider using the crown to pop my
Yes.
aura for no effect. I just blanked on it. But yeah, and then he gave me a second chance by making the shield. I could have responded to the trigger to kill him.
Yes.
Ah!
No,
Yeah, but
Hey, that's one you won't forget again.
it's true. It's
Right?
true.
you 100%
That's just
won't
the,
forget again.
My Prism inexperience, right? Like about 25 games on the deck. I think if I had 100, that would have come up before, but just never thought of it. But I think it was a really tight game. His list was definitely better in the mirror than mine was, so it was definitely an uphill battle. Like both Fractal and Phantasmaclasm are such a beating.
Yes.
He
Well,
definitely
he knew all the Guardians were gone.
The list was
Yeah.
tuned to play into the Prism matchup. But while we're chatting here, first of all, John, I just want to shout you out. That was a grind. It was a heck of a game. You played super well. I know you wanted to find that lethal, but it was really cool to see kind of you guys being able to chat at the end and maybe learn from each other and see what was there, what was missed, what could have happened. That was just awesome for the community to see, man. So well done. And then
Joe's a great player. He found a lot of ways to stay alive there. After I blocked for 5, I was like, please don't make the soul shield. Nope, you're Joe. You're going to know to make the soul shield. But still, I think getting him to 1 is still got to be the move, right? Because that makes all of my merciful triggers death if I can get him 1.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think aside from that last trigger, we were all in consensus. You played it really well, but we have one last game, and if you guys here, the Ascent guys that are watching the stream, this is a little spicy. And for you guys watching the stream on YouTube, we've got Chain v Lexi. We have some Lexi action. The sexy Lexi. Predictions in chat and predictions from Ascent. Are we seeing ice or are we seeing lightning?
We're seeing ice.
It's gonna be ice.
I'm 100% sure. Yeah, because they know Ian's been on chain a lot, and yeah, they've been teching. So we're gonna be heavy ice here. We'll see if Ian's ready to handle it. I don't envy his position.
I don't envy Ian's position either. I can get behind that sentiment 100%. John, you're coming off, what would be, I think we'd all fairly consider that a stressful game that you just went through. Are you excited to watch these two heroes just bash their heads against each other for like 10 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, this should be a fun one. I mean, I know Ian's least favorite matchup is Ice Lexi, so I'm kind of feeling for him here. He hates playing chain into this deck. But the good news is he knows what it can do. We have a few pieces of tech that I think could be good into this match. So we will see. We will see how it goes.
Well, it's official. You guys will finish second place in that, and I got to tell you, I mean, I'll say it to all of you, but I want to say it in front of everyone. I'm just amazed at you guys. I mean, you guys jumped right into this. You're making it happen. Congratulations, guys. I know you wanted to finish, at the top, but you guys did great for your first showing. I'm really happy, to be working with you guys. So good job.
Yeah, it felt really good getting bumped from Division 2 to Division 1 because they had a team fall and almost taking the whole division down.
I want to point out that when you guys got bumped, I was like, oh, good, this is where they belong. And I got a message from a certain league organizer that I won't name names about this certain league organizer. And he said, don't make this a mistake or something like that for bumping you guys up. And I was like, oh, these guys are going to take the whole thing. So you shut your face. I was mad. I was salty. I'm very protective of our team. Is that sad? I'm a 30-year-old man. I shouldn't be, but I am.
Oh man, we get it. Well, we appreciate you playing Mama Bear, but
Just had to just
we'll have
one
to-
more little knife like his head.
No,
I hate
we'll
you.
have to come back and take it next time. This has been really fun. I know we're all pretty competitive and we wanted to get it here. But man, Hyperloops is good, and these have been some great games. Hopefully, we can get one here at the end to leave on a high note. But
Yeah.
it looks like he's getting started here with a double Arsenal.
Double Arsenal,
that
no
is
filter for
rough.
Chain.
Lexi going first here.
That's bad for Chain because often Chain wants to do nothing on that first turn, right? Just kind of wants to set up, make a rune chant, maybe make a soul shackle, do very little, and kind of pass, keep as much gas as possible. But with a Bolton shot staring you face up from the arsenal, it definitely feels like you can't just do nothing here. We'll see.
Right. And Ice Lexi has a bunch of ways to pump it too. That's an easy go again. You know, an Ice Quake here could give 3 attacks, hit effects. It could be pretty nutty.
Oh no! What? Oh, an ice quake. Michael, we're not sure it's ice, and his initials might be Tyler B. And Tyler isn't an initial, by the way, but I'll give it to you. That's fine. Oh! CNC dropped onto the table from our Chain player. Great turn 1
Needed
response.
that.
Take a little gas off the table. Doesn't get an Arsenal target, but gosh darn it, what a well-timed CNC.
Hey, he's back down to a 4-card hand.
That helps. Man, it needed to be 2 blocks in hand to get more out. But all right, so he's throwing this.
Naked Bolton
he's got
shot.
A reaction here.
Are we seeing turn 1 rain razors? I'm predicting a lightning press. I don't think we're seeing a rain razors right away. I can't control this camera. This camera's out of control. Absolute insanity. Guys, if you're in the chat, sound off. Thanks for hanging out with us while we play some Flesh and Bloods. Turn 1 rain razors, by the way. Oh my gosh.
There we go.
Imagine if there wasn't a CNC just now.
Now, we haven't seen ice. We have seen the sleep darts and stuff like that. So
It is
this,
lightning, Lexi.
Yeah, it's more likely
looking
lightning.
Like it.
Lightning,
I mean,
Lexi.
assuming lightning, Ian is over there breathing a major sigh of relief.
Major sigh of relief until he stares down a 6 damage sleep dart looking at his dome.
That's
Blue
yellow.
lightning press.
Oh yeah. Never mind.
Rain razors. But again,
Ooh.
it was sleep. There was a sleep dart and another arrow blocked last turn. Just imagine a world where that wasn't CNC, and we're getting 3 to 4 arrows throwing at us for +2. Ugh, just disgusting. Just disgusting.
Man,
Early
okay.
equipment block
so
from
he
Chain.
doesn't have ability here, but he didn't block with all his cards. So
Yeah, very interesting equipment block if you're not going to block the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way.
all right, so some Mauvern here.
Some natural go again, and some Riftbind, some Mauvern and Riftbind into Rosetta Thorn. Just efficiency, just clean Rune Blood efficiency, the thing that Flesh and Blood is known for. Rune Blood plays fair Flesh and Blood, and this is how it's done. You guys need to learn a thing or two.
Yeah, that's really just, it's not that powerful because it's not getting the effect from the Banish Zone right now. So it's not great here, but it's something, and he'll be able to play with a 5-card hand next turn maybe.
Provided we dodge these sleep darts, which I'm sure the deck is littered with. It seemed
It's
like
looking like
we
it's
were,
a 9-up.
It seemed like you guys were very teched against, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
It seemed like
We
yeah.
actually sat there in the meeting and debated if we just swap everybody's deck around and have somebody play something they're not normally known for playing.
Well, I think you guys got the practice in. I don't want to say this is the dangerous part. I don't want to say one strategy is better than the others. I'm proud of the way you guys did it because you're practicing for Pro Tour. It kind of gets you up there, right? But these guys, again, obviously, this is a great play. This is a great group of players, and they know what they're doing. There's no gimmicks here. These guys are good players. I'm not going to be one of those. We've streamed with other people that have maybe talked crap about other players. I'm not that guy. I'm going to be nice to the other players in the league. I think they're good players. Oh, fused face up with the lightning press red.
He can't play it.
Can't play it though. Yeah,
no.
yeah.
That's true, but it lets you activate bows an additional time, which is pretty good on a
Yeah.
3 of a kind turn.
Only got one. Yeah, I mean, assuming he has 2 more arrows here, it's very likely.
I don't see a world where he doesn't, but if he doesn't, that's a big dub. That's a huge dub if he doesn't. We take those. John, it's good to have you on the call again, man. What's it been like not being like under the pressure of making content and everything and just like jamming games? Are you letting your skill shine?
Yeah, I mean, oh, you're talking about John Wood. Okay.
I mean, you can talk if you want, John.
No, you should answer.
No, John, you're supposed to be making content too.
No, so this is good. I mean, things have just been so busy. So it's been nice to just focus on this a little bit here.
How is it that both of our Johns are just, oh, look, I'm so famous?
So I was talking with Sam Dando on Tuesday at the Armory, and he said one of the first videos he was watching was of us going over like some strategy thing. It was one of our first videos where we were standing up down in the basement.
Let's go.
And in it, you make the comment about how I'm like ranked like number 4 or something, like in the US rankings or something like that. And he said, I said like, yeah, well, you got to be pretty good if you're making this content on here. And then he later realized that I was going to these armories with like 6-7 people and just racking up points at those.
Dang, so you just got called out?
He's calling me out, dude.
Like it feels like you just got called
I think
out.
I have a rival now. I have a new rival.
Is it Sam Dando?
It's Sam.
Are we exposing a rival on this stream right now? Because I am making commoner content with the great Sam Dando, who is also sponsored by friend, family, and homie of the channel, MinMax Games. So, John, I don't know. Are you my rival now? How does this work?
I mean, are you a rival if you're just so far above someone? I mean,
yeah, you're right. I can't remember the last time I lost you.
Sounds like that's a grudge match that we got going on
we
here.
gotta get this thing going. We can make these like WWE matches, man. Just smack talk left and right.
John Rooks, do you know what I call that?
Dude,
I call that easy peasy. I just wait till it's like 8:30, 9 p.m., and then John can't play Flesh and Blood. He just can't figure it out. There's something in his brain that just like turns off.
Fact.
Like I start playing both hands just so the game isn't 40-0. Before John Wood is like Cinderella. Before 8 p.m., he's so beautiful at this game. Post 8 p.m., complete train wreck.
Wow, fighting words if I've ever heard them.
No, dude, it's not. I told you he's great before then. It's just after then where he struggles.
I concur.
No, he
I
knows.
got nothing to say about this. If you've ever watched any of the streams of us playing,
The
it
last
gets rough
game
in the latter half.
Oh,
Dude, but
man.
I think the more I'm thinking about this WWE thing, the more I like it. We could have like these sick intros we could film beforehand, just completely over the top. And just like we used to do intros with the kicks and different moves and stuff. We'll do that here.
Dude, I'm in. If we get a Team Ascent like WWE intros, I just want to see some of you guys, because we're all like dudes with a family life in our 30s or maybe early 20s, but 30, and we're like, yeah, absolutely. I'll walk down in a Speedo and kick a door open and throw a chair. Let's do this.
This doesn't
All right.
look like Ice Lexi to me.
What's
I
happening
just want to
in the
go
game?
on record
I
and
forgot
say
we were
that
playing a
this
game here.
that this Azalea deck with Blizzard in it is doing a pretty good job against Chain.
Yeah.
This is Alien deck with Blizzard in it. This is insane. Guys, if you're still hanging out for this content, you guys are true homies. This is insane. You guys rock. Paying for the Frostbite, Ghostly Visit, 4/4 with Go Again.
Blizzard.
Blizzard. God, Blizzard is a weird slot in here.
This is good in this matchup. Like Blizzard is
Yeah.
a beating. It just means he blocks more, right? Like you saw all that blocking he did before. It looks bad for Chain, but you got to remember he's got Carrion Husk, the great equalizer.
The great equalizer.
Pretty sure that's going to be used this turn.
I was about to say.
Seems likely.
Seems. The problem is you can't not block this with Husk, get lightning pressed, and then pass. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. You're just blown out. It's game over right there.
Yeah, you
just flip
can't.
the table.
You can't risk getting blown out. You throw Husk here, and now you feel really bad if it's like Sleep Dart.
Remorselessness.
Remorseless is okay.
That card's really good when you're racing.
That card was way better when Seeds of Agony was a thing.
Hey, that's one of Azalea's best cards you're talking trash about right there.
It's not an Azalea card, it's a Ranger card. Don't be an elite.
Lexi?
Don't
Is
be
it
an
Lexi
elitist.
on that card?
Don't be an elitist. Anyone can use this card. Okay?
Whiffs.
Those banished whiffs were rough.
He didn't want to hit anything on the remorselessness turn anyway. I say with a straight face.
He doesn't want.
Okay.
He doesn't want to play
Good
attack.
thing here is he gets to play the Art of War, which does not count as an action card.
It's true.
So,
The good thing here is he gets to
helps.
play one thing that doesn't actively kill him. This is a great banish from Art of War. I love this card. I think this card is completely undervalued and underutilized. This card is just a toolbox. It does everything this deck wants to do. Shadow Averser was probably one of my favorite Monarch cards.
That's kind of like the best blue in Chain.
It's so good.
It's tough to say that it's underrated if most people think it's the best, but I agree with you, Josh.
I don't think most
that
people
it
think
is
it's the best,
amazing.
and I think the problem is that this card right now is for sale. Like first edition copies of this card is for sale for like $1, and this card should be more than $1. This card's so good,
I mean, it was like 15 to 20 when Chain was dominating during Vegas.
and it should be like 8 or 9 right now, right this second. You know what? I might buy out all of the copies.
The reason it's not worth a lot of money is because Chain is a really hard deck, and this card is only played in Chain, so it will never have the same mass appeal that it did in Vegas.
Oh, what is this tech?
Wow!
Shadow
Remember
puppetry
what I was telling you
into
about the
Snatch.
spicy anti-Lexi tech? You're seeing it right now, folks.
Oh my gosh, my brain.
I should note this has Go again.
And
does.
+1 off Art of War, so it's for 6. Oh my gosh. Is there the 1 of Razor Reflex in this deck as well?
It does
No
play
pitch.
Razor. He doesn't have it, but sadly. Man, if he had Razor there.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he just loses here though.
I mean, he sent a lot of damage. If it wasn't Remorselessness, he would have won the game on the spot with that turn. But
I mean, some good banishes, and you
does
almost,
work.
it's only 4
You keep
soul
saying
shackles, so he doesn't
remorselessness.
have to-
It's just remorseless. Oh no, 3 of a kind. No.
And with the tunic.
No.
What do we
not
have
good.
in Arsenal? Okay.
Wait, Adrian Garcia, you are not buying out Pursuit of Knowledge because I'm actively buying out Foil Pursuit of Knowledges.
Did they not reprint Pursuit of Knowledge in Historic Pack?
I don't know, but I'm buying foil one, so it doesn't matter. Hello. No, I hope they did. I think that card is super underutilized. I love Pursuit of Knowledge. That card makes me smile. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That's pretty rough.
Alexa,
Yeah.
play Oh No. You know, every time I say that, my Alexa across the basement in our workout area hears me and plays the song.
Double Razor block.
Oh no.
no.
Rest in peace, my dude.
So he's got a blue in hand and needs to not die before he can play it.
Okay, so we at least don't have a fused lighted up.
Yeah. If it was fused, he just instantly loses the game on the spot.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you're just taking this and rolling the dice and saying, oh well.
Because light it up's for 5, right?
Yeah.
Did he +1 it or go again it?
Oh, is lighted up 4?
Oh, nice. You can tell I'm not nearly as proficient in Lexi as some other decks.
All right, we do hit a
Cards,
bounding Demigon. Look at the money.
We do not
This is
want that
bad.
card. That card is...
Yeah, wait.
As I said, which is bad to hit.
Guys, just take the little victories, okay? Do you have any idea when playing Chain how many times
that's a loss when you hit
this stupid card has killed me? This
no
stupid blue
banish is
card.
better, because at least he'd be at 2.
Yep.
This card has just killed me so many times.
I remember the old days when you could go seeds into red bounding. Oh my gosh. Well, that's all she wrote, unless this is a no arrows hand.
Oh, it's not a no arrows hand. It's the best arrow hand. Good use of spellbound creepers. No attack reactions here, which is cool, you know.
You can't see 3 of a kind.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh,
Okay.
a fair tribute to our fallen comrade.
Ladies and gentlemen, that'll be the game. What an awesome time. I literally went to work at 6:30 this morning, worked, ran home, came, started this stream. I'm like slap happy. I'm exhausted. I'm proud of you guys. Are you guys you want to maybe have a little team meeting?
Sure.
Yeah.
It was a good showing in the league. I'm happy with our performance. Obviously would have liked to get that W. But I mean, I really do think my game and Easton's game, in theory, could have went another way. Like, I mean, obviously mine could have gone another way if I just hadn't misplayed in the last turn. But I think there's probably something. I don't know what it is. I'm not as good as Easton is, but I'm sure there's something we could have done in that game too. But the fact that we were so close, and with a little more practice we can get there, I think shows that we can beat the best in the world. And I'm hoping to do that in a week from now.
Hey, I wouldn't have partnered with you guys if I didn't believe every single gosh darn word of that sentence. I'm super proud of you guys. I'm lucky to be working with some awesome players, awesome people. And as you guys prove in streams like this, you're just cool people to hang out with, cool people to chat with the community. So again, thank you so much. Thank you guys. If you're here in the stream, click the like button, click the subscribe button. You can visit us at patreon.com/HometownTCG. You can get coaching from the Team Ascent guys in the Hometown TCG Discord. I am giving away 2 more coachings this week. So get in the Discord, check it out. Good game to the Hyperloops for sure. Thank you guys so much. Until next time, you guys know me. My name is Josh.
I'm John.
Yeah, it's
And I'm John.
And you're
And
John. Nick. Anyone else? Did I miss anyone? And we will see you around. I'm
We're
just
going
hanging
to
up the
bed.
stream. Thanks for hanging out, guys.